Chapter 1572. The Icefire Clan's Representative 7 Laws? One person has mastered 7 laws. Isn't that too terrifying? I have never heard of anyone in the southern barbarian lands who has mastered so many laws. Everyone was in an uproar as they stared at the figure that had repelled Zhou Qianzong with a single punch. They were all in disbelief. What a monster! Whoosh! Zhuowen stepped into the air and arrived in front of Zhou Qianzong like an arrow. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed at Zhou Qianzong's clothes, trying to pull him back. "Get lost!" Zhou Qianzong roared. He waved his right hand and took out a long blade covered in purple flames. Purple flame heavenly blade, slash! With a slash of the blade, purple flames soared into the sky, forming numerous purple flame storms that tore through space. The surrounding temperature also rapidly rose at a frightening speed, roasting the surrounding people until their faces flushed red and their ears turned red. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Zhou Qianzong to suddenly use a saint weapon. It was not the first time Zhuowen had seen the purple flame heavenly blade. Back in the eastern lands, Zhou Qianzong had used it once. The quality of the purple flame heavenly blade was even higher than the dark flame brush. It was probably a sky saint weapon. Facing the terrifying attack of the purple flame heavenly blade, Zhuowen was caught off guard. However, his reaction was astonishing. 2 golden runes surged out of his body and formed 2 layers of defense in front of him. Boom! The purple flames rushed over and blasted on the golden runes. Then Zhuowen took a few steps back. He waved his right hand, and the spirit-devouring magma river at his waist turned into a long river. It swept out and devoured the terrifying purple flames. Whoosh! The spirit-devouring magma river was unforgiving. After devouring the purple flames, it continued to rush towards Zhou Qianzong. Zhou Qianzong cursed inwardly. He waved the purple flame heavenly blade. Blade shadows, accompanied by purple flames, covered the surrounding space densely. However, the spirit-devouring magma river was too terrifying. It was a heaven-defying saint weapon. The purple flame heavenly blade's blade shadows were directly annihilated. Puchi! Zhou Qianzong spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly fled. However, the spirit-devouring magma river was much faster than him. It turned into a thin rope and tied Zhou Qianzong. Then, Zhou Qianzong was brought him to Zhuowen. "What other tricks do you want to play? As the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect, don't you feel ashamed for using such petty tricks?" Zhuowen said coldly. Hee. What? Could it be that you want to kill me? I'm the only one who knows where that thing is. If you kill me, you'll never find that thing. So Qianzong said fearlessly. However, just as Zhou Qianzong finished speaking, Zhuowen stepped forward and stomped on his chest. Zhou Qianzong immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground, forming a huge crater. Cough, cough, cough. Inside the crater, Zhou Qianzong kept coughing. He raised his head and glared at Zhuowen. He hadn't expected Zhuowen to attack. "Sect Master Zhou, don't think that you can be so fearless just because you have that thing. If possible, I can use the soul-searching secret technique on you and search your memories. At that time, even if you don't tell me, I'll know." Zhuowen slowly landed in front of the crater and continued, "So, you better not think too highly of yourself. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't use such extreme methods on you." Zhou Qianzong's expression changed. His eyes flickered, and he remained silent. "Hand over Chen Shui's memories, and I won't make it hard for you," Zhuowen said as he spread out his hands. Zhou Qianzong was silent for a moment. He flicked his right hand, and took out a brocade box from his spirit ring. He handed it over to Zhuowen and said, "That memory is in this brocade box. You can take it, but you have to keep your promise." Zhuowen took the brocade box and said, "If you didn't lie to me, I will keep my promise." Slowly opening the brocade box, Zhuowen found that there was a thumb-sized transparent bead inside. This bead was covered in 7 different colors and looked very beautiful. "Zhuowen, be careful. That's not a memory bead. Quickly throw it away." Suddenly, Feng Xiao's expression changed, and she shouted at Zhuowen's back. When Zhuowen opened the brocade box, Feng Xiao had been paying attention to him. When she saw the rainbow bead, she immediately found that something was wrong. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He threw out his right hand and planned to throw away the rainbow bead. What a strong suction force! However, the moment he threw away the rainbow bead, Zhuowen was shocked to find that there was a terrifying suction force coming from the bead, and it was firmly sucked into his palm. "Ha ha! Zhuowen, you've been fooled. Mu Qinxue can indeed lower your IQ and vigilance. You're so easy to fool." Zhou Qianzong laughed. A jade talisman appeared in his hand at an unknown time. He crushed the jade talisman, and he broke free from the shackles of the spirit swallowing lava river and disappeared in front of Zhuowen. Boom! The moment Zhou Qianzong disappeared, the rainbow bead began to explode. Rainbow energy swept through the entire space. The explosive energy rushed into the sky and penetrated deep into the earth. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The sky was flooded with the rainbow energy. It was so dense that it made one's scalp tingle. Zhuowen, Lord Longwen. Everyone in the Long family had a drastic change in expression. No one expected Zhou Qianzong to be this despicable and shameless. He actually used Mu Qinshue's matter to plot against Zhuowen. "Zhou Qianzong, you're despicable." Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian's eyes were red. Long Xiaotian urged the 2-headed nether dragon to charge at Zhou Qianzong, who was thousands of miles away. "Ha ha! This kid deserves to die. He destroyed the foundation of my burning heaven sect. Does he not deserve to die? And you, Feng Xiao, as the previous saintess of the burning heaven sect, you committed adultery with an outsider and gave birth to such a bastard. You are truly a sinner of the burning heaven sect," Zhou Qianzong said with a sinister expression. "You're the one who forced our family of 3. If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened to the burning heaven sect. If we're talking about sinners, then you're the one who deserves to be sinned," Feng Xiao said coldly. Roar! The 2-headed nether dragon arrived. In an instant, its dragon tail swept across the sky like a huge whip and lashed out in front of Zhou Qianzong. Boom! Zhou Qianzong stood in place. When the dragon tail arrived in front of him, a fierce attack came from the void behind him and smashed into the dragon tail. Thump! 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 The 2-headed nether dragon was forced to retreat several steps under this attack. Its eyes were filled with bewilderment. "What's that?" Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao stared at the void behind Zhou Qianzong in bewilderment. There, the void slowly cracked open. Figures with powerful auras stepped out and landed around Zhou Qianzong. 15 figures walked out of the void crack. These people were all dressed in alternating blue and red robes. The blue was like ice and the red was like fire. It seems that our coordinates are correct. This should be the location of the Southern Burning Heaven sect. But how did it become so chaotic? A tall, middle-aged man with a solemn expression looked around. He found that the Burning Heaven City was extremely chaotic at this moment. Even the iconic building, the Burning Flame Tower, had collapsed. It seemed that a great battle had taken place. "You should be Lord Xinghua, right? I've heard about you from Elder Run." Zhou Qianzong respectfully came before the middle-aged man and spoke in a rather submissive tone. "Oh, it seems that you should be the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect, Zhou Qianzong. Didn't your Burning Heaven sect have a girl with the Phoenix bloodline and a kid with the Black Tortoise bloodline from the Snow Palace? We're not here to see you today. We're here to see if the bloodline of these two little guys is strong." The middle-aged man named Xing Hua said lightly, "This Lord Xing Hua, the Black Tortoise bloodline's Xiuzha is dead, and the Phoenix bloodline's Mu Qinxue has been snatched away. I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult for you to meet them." Zhou Qianzong said in a low voice, What did you say? Who dares to snatch the people I want?" Xing Hua narrowed his eyes and emitted a cold light. "It's like this." Zhou Qianzong pointed at Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian, as well as the many Ryuka forces behind them. He silently told Xing Hua what had happened. "Your Burning Heaven sect is really useless. You were actually defeated by the rising Ryuka of the Eastern Lands. However, this Ryuka's luck is not bad. He actually has a saint artifact." After listening to Zhou Qianzong's narration, Xing Hua said rather impolitely. Zhou Qianzong did not dare to casually refute. This person's background was not small, and he did not dare to casually offend him. "Who are you guys?" Long Xiaotian asked with fear in his eyes. Feng Xiao's jade-like hand blocked Long Xiaotian and transmitted, "Xiaotian, quickly retreat. These people are probably from the Ice-Fire family of the Central Lands. We can't afford to offend them. Quickly retreat, or it'll be too late." Hearing this, Long Xiaotian's heart trembled. Although he did not know much about the Central Lands, he still knew some of the famous forces. The Ice-Fire family was one of the famous forces. This was a super force that was much stronger than the overlord forces of the four major regions. They were in existence that they could not afford to offend. Thinking of this, Long Xiaotian's thoughts moved, and the two-headed nether dragon suddenly turned its head and distanced itself from Xing Hua and the others. "Want to leave? Not so fast." Xing Hua sneered and pressed his right hand against the void. Instantly, a surge of ice and fire energy was formed by his hand and turned into a giant hand of ice and fire. It pressed down on the two-headed nether dragon. Roar! The two-headed nether dragon roared and swung its huge dragon tail. It passed through space and blasted towards the giant hand. Boom! When the two collided, the dragon tail collapsed and the giant hand of ice and fire was unstoppable. It enveloped Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao. "Break for me." However, just as the giant hand of ice and fire was about to suppress Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao, the three mountain gods brought their three sacred mountains and blocked the giant hand of ice and fire. However, Lowe's and the other two were greatly shocked. Although the three of them joined forces to block the giant hand of ice and fire, they were barely able to do so. The giant hand slammed down again and again, causing the three sacred mountains to tremble as if they would collapse at any time. Chapter 1573. Chiqiu, what? They're all Sky Saint Realm saints? Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian weren't the only ones who were shocked. The surrounding Ryuka and Burning Sky City's cultivators were also shocked. The Sky Saint Realm, a saint with such cultivation, had never appeared in the four major regions. Even the sect leader of the Burning Sky sect, Zhou Qianzong, the sect leader of the Ferocious Tiger sect, Hu Benshan, and the palace master of the Snow Palace, Yuan Jibai, were only at the peak of the Sun Sky Saint realm. But now 15 mysterious cultivators had appeared, and all of them were in the Sky Saint realm. This was unbelievable. Who are these people? They're all in the Sky Saint realm. This is too terrifying. It's impossible for such experts to appear in the four major regions, and so many of them at once. Without a doubt, these people are from the Central Plains. I wonder which faction they are from. Looking at these 15 people, it seems like they're related to the Burning Heaven sect. It seems like the Ryuka that defeated the Burning Heaven sect is doomed. Burning Sky City was in an uproar. 15 Sky Saint Realm saints had appeared at once. This was a huge visual impact to the cultivators in Burning Sky City, who had never stepped into the Central Plains. Let's go. Everyone quickly returned to the Azure Dragon Hall. Long Xiaotian also knew the urgency of the situation and hurriedly shouted at the Ryuka people. Nearly 100 members of the Long family did not hesitate in the slightest. They all followed Long Xiaotian's instructions and entered the Azure Dragon Hall. Uncle, what about Zhuowen? We still don't know if he's dead or alive. Lu Hantian asked anxiously as he led Kanan, Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and Moyan Wushang to the two-headed nether dragon, where Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao were. You don't have to worry about Zhuowen. That kid won't die so easily. You can enter the Azure Dragon Hall first. The Abyss Saint Dragon had somehow landed near the two-headed nether dragon and stared at everyone with his large dragon eyes. No one was surprised when the Abyssal Holy Dragon spoke. They already knew that Zhuowen's dragon soul was not ordinary. Now that they heard Xiao He say that Zhuowen was fine, they were relieved. After all, Xiao He was Zhuowen's dragon soul. Naturally, she could sense whether Zhuowen was dead or alive. Take them down. Which one of you is going? Xinghua's eyes were cold as he said to the 14 figures behind him who were dressed in red and blue robes. Let me do it. I alone am enough. A skinny man with a gloomy expression slowly walked out and said with a strange laugh, Chichio, right? Remember to be gentle. Just capture them alive. There's no need to kill them, Xinghua said calmly. Chichio chuckled and said, What Big Brother Xinghua said is right. I know what I'm doing. As he spoke, the man called Chichio waved his sleeve and vanished on the spot as if he had teleported. I'll stop him. Mai's eyes were gloomy as he stomped the 16th mountain with his right foot. The 16th mountain turned into a stone spear that was about 10 feet long. He held the stone spear and stepped on the void with his right foot. A terrifying blast of air burst out as he shot out like a cannonball. However, Mize did not get far before he was crushed by a giant hand of ice and fire. He was blasted back. The three of you can forget about going anywhere. But what I'm surprised about is that the three of you don't have any saint power fluctuations on your bodies. Moreover, the strength of your physical bodies is a little too strong. Who are you? Xinghua looked at Lowe's and the other two and said unhurriedly. Lowe's and the other two narrowed their eyes. The feeling that Xinghua gave them was much stronger than the other 14 people. Without a doubt, Xinghua had reached the peak of the Sky Saint Realm and was not far from the heaven-defying Saint Realm. Although the three of them had saint physiques, they were at the bottom of the 18 mountain gods. There was still a certain gap between their strength and the Sky Saint Realm. In particular, Xinghua was at the peak of the Sky Saint Realm. To them, even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Xinghua, not to mention the other 13 people behind Xinghua, who were eyeing them covetously, while Xinghua was confronting Lowe's, and the other two, Chichio had already caught up with Feng Xiao, Long Xiaotian, and the others, the two-headed nether dragon, and I will block this person. The 7 of you should hurry up and leave. Otherwise, if you get caught, Zhuowen will have to hold back. Xiao He said to Long Xiaotian and the others. Then she rushed out with the two-headed nether dragon to meet Chichio head-on. You want to block me with just 2 dragon souls? Ridiculous. Chichio licked his lips and flipped his right palm. Countless wind blades appeared around him. With a pinch of his right hand, the wind blades gathered together and formed an invisible crescent-shaped blade. Dimensional slash die. Whoosh! The crescent-shaped blade was extremely swift, and it whistled through the air like a gale. Everywhere it passed, space shattered into pieces like glass, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. Pucci, the two-headed nether dragon, was directly cut in half. Under the crescent-shaped blade, the two-headed nether dragon, who was not weak, could not resist at all. What? How terrifying! This person only mastered the ordinary law of wind. Why is the wind blade so terrifying? Long Xiaotian could not help but turn pale with fright. There was a metallic taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The two-headed nether dragon was his dragon soul. Now that it was destroyed, it naturally had some impact on him. The next time Long Xiaotian wanted to use the two-headed nether dragon, he would have to wait for his dragon soul to completely recover before he could use it again. This person is at the Empyrean Saint stage. Even if he only mastered the ordinary law of wind, his power is far stronger than an ordinary saint. Moreover, this person also mastered some kind of secret technique that can use the law of wind. That's why his wind blade is so powerful. Feng Xiao explained calmly. After all, she was the previous holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. She knew a lot about the Burning Heaven sect. She knew that the Burning Heaven sect and the Icefire clan of the Central Plains had some connections. However, due to the long distance between the two, and the Burning Heaven sect was only an insignificant branch of the Icefire clan, the two had no contact at all. Of course, for many years, the Burning Heaven sect had tried to establish a relationship with the Icefire clan. However, it did not attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Icefire clan. Or, rather, even if they did not pay much attention to it. But now, because the rare Phoenix bloodline had appeared in the Burning Heaven sect and the Black Tortoise bloodline had appeared in the Icefire clan, these two bloodlines were very important to the Icefire clan. Even in the Icefire clan, there were not many disciples with these two bloodlines. But generally, disciples with these bloodlines would be nurtured by the Icefire clan with great effort. They would usually become monstrous geniuses in the Central Plains. Therefore, the Burning Heaven sect and the Icefire clan reported this news to the Icefire clan, which immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Icefire clan. Taking advantage of the marriage between the two great forces, the Icefire clan would also send people to bring back Mu Qinxue and Bathing Lake, who both had special bloodlines, to the clan to nurture. Boom! After the crescent-shaped blade instantly beheaded the two-headed nether dragon, it did not lose momentum and swept towards Xiao He. Don't be so arrogant with a mere dimensional slash. Xiao He shouted in a low voice. He opened his dragon mouth and spat out a dense black mist. This black mist formed a pile of cotton-like things that blocked in front of him. Bang! The crescent-shaped blade arrived in an instant and slammed into the black mist. Then, the blade bounced back and flew towards Qiqiu. Qiqiu was stunned. He waved his sleeve, and the crescent-shaped blade that bounced back was completely destroyed. He stared at Xiao He in surprise and said, "What an interesting dragon soul. It actually blocked my dimensional slash. I wonder who your master is." "It's me." An indifferent voice slowly rang out. The rainbow-colored explosion in the distance began to weaken. From within the explosion, a slender figure slowly walked out. Zhuowen stood quietly. His gaze fell on Qiqiu, Xinghua, and the other members of the Icefire clan, who were not far away. He frowned slightly. He could feel that the aura on these people was not simple. He didn't die. This kid is really lucky, so Tianzong muttered to himself with slight pity. At this moment, Zhuowen was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered due to the violent explosion. His great success, holy physique, was even damaged in many places. At the same time, a third golden rune appeared on Zhuowen's body. This third golden rune was engraved on Zhuowen's soul when he was engulfed in the explosion. It was precisely because Zhuowen had carved the third golden rune at the moment of life and death that the power of his great success saint body had reached a new height. This was why Zhuowen had relied on his saint body to completely withstand the explosion around him. Otherwise, Zhuowen wouldn't have just suffered light injuries. It was very likely that he would have suffered heavy injuries. Zhou Tianzong turned his head and saw Zhuowen behind the dozen people. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Zhou Tianzong, you old fox. Zhuowen will definitely make you pay the price. Are you all right?" With a burst of fragrance, Mu Qinxue floated to Zhuowen's side. Her watery eyes were filled with worry as she stared at Zhuowen. After all, the injuries on Zhuowen's body looked quite serious. Seeing the worry in Mu Qinxue's eyes, Zhuowen's heart warmed. Although Mu Qinxue might have forgotten about him, her feelings for him had not changed. She would still be worried about him. "Qinxue, I'm fine. I'll send you to the Azure Dragon Palace first. Don't worry, I'll help you take back the memories that belong to you. I promise," Zhuowen said with a smile. Mu Qinxue revealed a smile. She opened her jade-like arms and suddenly hugged Zhuowen. She softly whispered in Zhuowen's ear, I know that you are the most important person that I have forgotten. You are called Zhuowen. At least I won't forget your name in the future. However, they are from the Ice and Fire family. They came to take me away. They are too strong. You don't have to risk your life. Zhuowen, I can call you Zhuowen again. I will remember that the most important person is called Zhuowen. Boom. Chapter 1574. Tiles A giant phoenix phantom appeared behind Mu Qinxue. It spread its wings and soared into the 9 heavens. Whoosh! The phoenix wings on Mu Qinxue's back spread open. Like a ball of dazzling flames, she suddenly soared into the sky and flew towards Zhou Tianzong. "Qinxue, come back." Zhuowen already knew what Mu Qinxue wanted to do. His expression changed. He stepped off with his right foot and stepped into the void, chasing after Mu Qinxue as if he had teleported. However, Mu Qinxue's phoenix wings were too fast. Like a meteor, she passed by in the blink of an eye. Zhuowen's speed using the void laws was only comparable to hers. Catch her! Zhuowen's eyes were scarlet red. A pair of 10 feet long purple thunder wings spread out from his back. It was the purple thunder wings transformed from the thunder, 3 wings of the 6 wings of wind and thunder. The moment the purple thunder wings spread, Zhuowen attached the void laws to the surface of the thunder wings. Instantly, Zhuowen's speed soared to another level. He immediately caught up to Mu Qinxue and grabbed her hand. "Zhuowen, how are you so fast?" Mu Qinxue was stunned. Her beautiful eyes revealed a look of surprise. However, she quickly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Why aren't you leaving? These people from the Ice and Fire family are too strong. You have no chance of winning. They're looking for me. There's no need for you to get involved. Didn't I say it before? If I want to take you away, you have to come with me." Zhuowen was extremely domineering. He exerted force with his right hand and pulled Mu Qinxue into his embrace, tightly hugging her. Mu Qinxue's body trembled, but she did not resist. "This is the little girl with the phoenix bloodline from your Burning Heaven sect, right? The phoenix bloodline in her body is very dense." Looking at the gigantic phoenix phantom behind Mu Qinxue, Xinghua revealed a look of excitement. The density of the phoenix bloodline in Mu Qinxue's body had exceeded his expectations. "Lord Xinghua, that brat is Zhuowen. The black tortoise bloodline's bathing lake was killed by him. And now he wants to take away Mu Qinxue. He is simply not putting the Ice and Fire family in his eyes. Not to mention that immortal sacred artifact hall was also obtained by luck, Zhou Qianzong hastily said. Is this the Zhuowen you mentioned? Pure profound Saint Realm? A brat with such a cultivation base actually managed to make your burning heaven sect so miserable? Xinghua casually glanced at Zhuowen and then asked in a somewhat strange tone. Zhou Qianzong's old face reddened, and he said, Lord Xinghua, don't underestimate this brat. He has a heaven-defying saint artifact in his hand, and his physical strength is the same as those three, comparable to an ordinary sky sun saint realm expert. If my guess is correct, whether it is the heaven-defying saint artifact in his hand or his tough physical body, they are all related to that hall. Xinghua nodded and said, I naturally know this. Take them all down. But, of course, you have to be careful not to hurt that little girl with the Phoenix bloodline. Young Master will be here soon, and before he arrives, we'd better take care of everything. As soon as Xinghua said this, the 13 men behind him all nodded and immediately rushed out, the Sky Sun Saint Realm Saint pressure crushing down like a vast mountain. Let's go. Zhuowen pulled Mu Qinxue, and the law of the void enveloped the two of them, and with a flap of his lightning wings, he directly entered the void. This brat has grasped the law of the void and used the forbidden sky domain. Xinghua waved his sleeve, took out a scroll, and unfolded it. Suddenly, the void within 1,000 miles fell into a confinement, as if the void within this range was frozen. Whoosh! 100 miles away, Zhuowen suddenly came out of the void, and his face was somewhat gloomy. This was because he had been squeezed out of the void, and the surrounding void had been confined, so his law of the void had no effect. Xinghua smiled coldly and said, The power of law of the profound saint level is weak. A single forbidden sky scroll is enough to force you out. The power of law naturally became stronger as the strength of the saint increased. Although Zhuowen had a saint body at the great success level, and his strength was comparable to a sky sun saint realm expert, his law of the void was still at the pure profound saint realm. If Zhuowen was at the sky saint realm, this forbidden sky scroll really wouldn't cause any hindrance to Zhuowen's law of the void. However, the power of a profound saint level's law of the void was still too weak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Zhuowen was forced out of the void, the 13 sky saint realm saints moved like lightning and instantly surrounded Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue. A mere pure profound saint realm brat wants to snatch someone that our Ice Fire family wants. He's simply courting death. I'm really speechless. Why did Big Brother Xinghua make the 13 of us attack together? Isn't this a waste of talent? I heard that this brat's battle strength isn't ordinary, but I also think that using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken is a waste. The 13 people looked down at Zhuowen, who was surrounded from above. The contempt in their eyes was not concealed at all. The 13 of them were all Sky Saint Realm saints. Even if they were chasing someone in the same Sky Saint Realm, the 13 of them might not necessarily need to act together. Now that they had to act together to capture a pure, profound Saint Realm brat, the 13 of them were naturally dissatisfied. The expressions of Lowe's and the other two changed slightly, and they all used their movement techniques to rescue Zhuowen. The three of you stay here for me. Xinghua sneered coldly. He clenched his hands, and a pair of blades appeared in his hands. One of the blades was fiery red, and the other was icy blue, the two types of energy intertwined, and an extremely powerful saint aura erupted. This pair of blades was a sky saint artifact called the Scorching Ice Blades. It was a saint artifact bestowed to Xinghua by the Ice Fire family, and at the same time, it was Xinghua's life saint artifact. Ding, ding. Xinghui's speed was very fast. His two blades slashed out in a crisscross pattern. Two blade lights formed by ice and fire shot out in a crisscross pattern, blocking Liao Si and the other two who were rushing to help Zhuo Wen. In an instant, Xing Hua and Lowe's and the other two engaged in a fierce battle. What surprised Lowe's and the other two was that Xing Hua's strength was so terrifying that he could suppress the three of them by himself. On the other hand, on Zhuo Wen's side, the 13 Sky Saint Realm Saints were discussing who should capture Zhuo Wen first. Everyone, there's no need for you to discuss. Just attack together, because you're all going to die anyway. While the 13 Sky Saint Realm Saints were discussing, Zhuo Wen's indifferent voice slowly rang out. At this moment, the discussion came to an abrupt end. The 13 Sky Saint Realm Saints all looked at Zhuo Wen strangely. Was this guy's brain fried? He actually dared to say such bold words in front of the 13 of them. What an arrogant brat. This daddy can't tolerate it. I'll let this brat taste a fate worse than death. A brawny man, who seemed to have a bad temper, said in a hoarse voice. He suddenly fell from the sky, and his sturdy body was like a vigorous cheetah. He instantly changed direction in midair and rushed towards Zhuo Wen. He grabbed out with his hand. His hand was intertwined with ice and fire. From time to time, there would be strange crackling sounds from the surface. It was the unique sound of ice and fire mixing together. Hee, Pound is still so impatient. However, it's indeed more suitable for him to deal with this arrogant brat. I'm afraid this brat is finished. He'll only be tortured to death if he falls into Pound's hands. Seeing the brawny man rush out, the other 12 people were not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, they looked at Zhuo Wen as if they were watching a play. They were all Sky Saint Realm Saints, and they had their own pride. If the other party wasn't strong, they would rarely join forces to attack. See. The moment Pound's big hand approached Zhuo Wen, the fiery red belt on Zhuo Wen's waist burst out with extremely dazzling light. The fiery red color was exceptionally dazzling, and endless magma gushed out of it, instantly blocking in front of Zhuo Wen. The big hand swept over, but it was blocked by the magma and couldn't enter at all. What is this thing? Pound was stunned and didn't react for a moment. However, the spirit-devouring magma river roared and suddenly surged with magma waves that drowned Pound. That's a heaven-defying saint artifact. This guy really does have a heaven-defying saint artifact. Let's help Pound tear the magma river apart. The other 12 Sky Saint Realm Saints naturally noticed the magma river, and their eyes were filled with caution. They joined forces, took out their saint artifacts, and rushed toward the magma river. I said that all of you will die. Looking at the 12 Sky Saint Realm Saints approaching at the same time, the sneer on Zhuo Wen's face deepened. He waved his right hand and took out an inconspicuous tile. There's really something wrong with this brat's head. He took out an inconspicuous tile and dares to threaten to kill us. I want to ask you, how are you going to kill us? Looking at the tile in Zhuo Wen's hand, the 12 Sky Saint Realm Saints mocked him mercilessly. That's how I'm going to kill you. Zhuo Wen was not annoyed. He channeled his saint energy into the tile. Suddenly, the tile shone with saint light, and a golden light burst out like the sun. The golden light soared into the sky and condensed into a majestic golden figure. This inconspicuous tile was the heaven-defying saint artifact that Yang Yi had given him back then. The power of a heaven-defying saint artifact might be slightly inferior to a heaven-defying saint artifact, but it also depended on the cultivation base of the wielder. If the wielder's cultivation base was in the Sky Saint realm or the heaven-defying saint realm, they could unleash the full power of a heaven-defying saint artifact and suppress a heaven-defying saint artifact in one fell swoop. However, if the wielder was a cultivator who hadn't entered the Sky Saint realm like Zhuo Wen, the power of a heaven-defying saint artifact would be far greater in his hands. This was because he could unleash the full power of a heaven-defying saint artifact, but he could only unleash a small portion of the power of a heaven-defying saint artifact. Therefore, the effect of the heaven-defying saint artifact in his hands was far greater than that of the spirit-devouring magma river. The majestic figure slowly extended his right hand and fell like a mountain. He was as fast as lightning and finally landed on the nearest sky saint realm saint. Pucci, chapter 1575. Overwhelming. The moment the sky saint was killed, the other 11 saints stopped in their tracks and fell into a daze. This is a heaven-defying saint treasure. Heavens! This brat actually has a heaven-defying saint treasure. Run! Finally, one of the saints reacted. His body trembled, and he immediately turned tail and fled. This was a heaven-defying saint treasure. It contained the full power of a heaven-defying saint realm saint. Although the difference between the heaven-defying saint realm and the sky saint realm was only a small level, there was still a huge gap between their strength. If you weren't a heaven-defying genius, it was very difficult for a mere sky saint realm saint to resist the full power of a heaven-defying saint realm saint. That was why the saint who reacted first decisively fled. Whoosh! Unfortunately, the imposing figure was even faster than the saint. His other hand, shining with golden light, reached into the void and appeared in front of the saint as if he had teleported. The giant hand was too terrifying. It was like an unreachable mountain, and it came crashing down with a rumble. Block it for me. The saint held the sacred artifact in his hand and raised it up high. The saint energy in his body poured into the sacred artifact without any regard for his life. Suddenly, saint light shot up into the sky like a tsunami, protecting the saint. Bang! The giant hand landed on the saint weapon, and the golden light on the surface of the saint weapon quickly dimmed. The saint spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak, and his face was pale. However, before the saint could recover, the giant hand reached out again and smashed heavily in front of him. The saint weapon in the saint's hand was only a young sky saint weapon, and it couldn't withstand a second attack from the giant hand. Crack! Therefore, when the second giant hand landed, the saint couldn't withstand it anymore. His body collapsed, and he exploded into a mist of blood. He couldn't be more dead. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The remaining 10 sky saint realm saints shouted as they quickly retreated in 10 different directions. Seeing 2 of their companions being killed instantly, they were filled with anger and fear. However, the moment the majestic figure killed the second saint, his hand once again traversed the void and swept towards a saint who was fleeing in a certain direction. He grabbed the saint in his hand and exerted force, killing the third saint. As for the remaining 9 sages, they fled quickly and hid far away. Therefore, they managed to escape with their lives. At this moment, the entire burning sky city had become incomparably quiet. Numerous gazes that had gathered over were all stunned. Everyone had their mouths wide open and were unable to speak. A sky saint died just like that, and 3 of them died in an instant. Many cultivators secretly swallowed their saliva and spat out these words with difficulty. This was a sky sage realm martial artist, a powerful martial artist who was even stronger than their burning heaven sect master, Zhou Tianzong. Now, he had died in front of them. Moreover, 3 of them had died in an instant, which greatly impacted the vision of many people. Crash! The spirit-devouring magma river was suddenly split open, and the saint named Pound shouted angrily, "Bastard! How much power can a mere pure, profound saint realm exert from a heaven-defying saint artifact? You might as well have left me alive." As he spoke, Pound suddenly rushed towards Zhuo. Zhuo Wen sneered repeatedly as he pressed down with his right hand. That imposing figure raised his hand and suddenly pressed down. Immediately, Pound didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he completely collapsed into a bloody mist. Xinghua, who was fighting fiercely with Lowe's, and the other two also noticed the battle on Zhuowen's side. His body trembled as Lowe's and the other two took advantage of a gap and repelled Xinghua, a heaven-defying saint artifact. This brat actually has a heaven-defying saint artifact. Zhou Qianzong, why didn't you say it clearly before? Xinghua snorted and stabilized his body, looking at Zhou Qianzong with an ugly expression. Zhou Qianzong was even more surprised, seeing Xinghua looking at him. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Lord Xinghua, I don't know. I only know that this brat has a heaven-defying saint artifact and an immortal saint artifact palace. I didn't know he had a heaven-defying saint artifact." Speaking up to here, Zhou Tianzong cried bitterly in his heart. He had really underestimated Zhuowen. This brat actually had a heaven-defying saint artifact. This thing was like a heaven-defying saint artifact in person, and it had the power of a heaven-defying saint artifact. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 saints fled and hurriedly returned to Xinghua's side, looking frightened. Zhuowen put away the tile, and the majestic figure also disappeared. His gaze fell on the battle between Qiqiu and the Abyss Saint Dragon, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Qiqiu and the Abyss Saint Dragon were still fighting, but Qiqiu was worthy of being a Sky Saint stage powerhouse. He was firmly suppressing the Abyss Saint Dragon. Although the Abyss Saint Dragon was weaker than Qiqiu, its skin was thick, and it wasn't too passive. However, from the many curled dragon scales on its body, it could be seen that the Abyss Saint Dragon wasn't having a good time. "Qiqiu, come back quickly. Zhuowen is coming in your direction." Xinghua's gaze fell on Zhuowen in the distance. When he saw Zhuowen rushing in the direction of the battle between Qiqiu and the Abyss Saint Dragon, his expression changed greatly, and he couldn't help but roar. Qiqiu also heard Xinghua's voice and punched the Abyss Saint Dragon back. He looked at Xinghua with a puzzled gaze, then noticed Zhuowen rushing in front of him. "I say, Lord Xinghua, he's just a pure profound saint stage powerhouse. Why are you so nervous?" Qiqiu didn't care at all. He was too engrossed in the battle with the Abyss Saint Dragon just now, so he didn't notice Zhuowen's situation at all. He also didn't know that Zhuowen had a heaven-defying saint artifact. "Leave quickly. This boy has a heaven-defying saint artifact. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Xinghua was flustered and exasperated. He stepped out and rushed toward Qiqiu, wanting to save him. "It's too late." Zhuowen arrived in an instant and landed on Xiaohe. When he saw Xiaohe's curled dragon scales, his eyes became extremely cold. "Zhuowen, kill him!" Xiaohe immediately shouted. "Kill me? With just you? What a joke!" Qiqiu continued to laugh recklessly. "Yes, with just me and this tile." The corner of Zhuowen's mouth rose slightly. He took out the tile again and rushed toward Qiqiu. "Tile? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. Ha 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 ha." Qiqiu looked up to the sky and laughed as if he had seen the funniest joke. He hugged his stomach and looked extremely exaggerated, as if he was mocking Zhuowen's ignorance. However, Xinghua, who had rushed over, as well as the countless warriors in the burning sky city who had escaped from death, secretly held their foreheads with their right hands. They were all worried about Qiqiu's intelligence. They finally understood what it meant to not die if you don't court death. Qiqiu was a good example of the highest level of courting death. "Your stomach hurts, right? I'll make your entire body hurt later." Zhuowen grinned. The tile once again erupted with a terrifying golden light. The golden light soared into the sky and condensed into a majestic figure. Boom! The majestic figure took a step forward. The mountain-like palm once again blasted down from the sky and suppressed Qi Qiu, who was still laughing. This tile is really a heaven-defying saint treasure. How is this possible?" Qi Qiu's laughter stopped abruptly and was replaced by shock. He never thought that the ordinary tile that he had laughed at was actually a heaven-defying saint treasure. At this moment, his only thought was to run away. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. He should have listened to Xinghua and run away immediately. However, the speed of the palm was too fast. In addition, the palm was too vast. When the palm came down, it had the power to cover the sky. Qi Qiu knew that he could only take it head-on. "Damn it! As long as I can block this attack, I can escape this calamity." Qi Qiu cursed and immediately took out his saint weapon. The saint light was vast and mighty like a snake. It swirled around his body and turned into layers of powerful defense. Boom! The palm came down and blasted on the defense. Following that, cracks appeared on the surface of the defense. Qi Qiu spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body became extremely weak, and his eyes were lifeless. Zhuowen did not show any mercy. He once again sent out a palm. This palm was enough to kill Qi Qiu. Ice and fire duel heaven. Xinghua rushed over. With an ice blade in his left hand and a fire blade in his right hand, he blocked in front of Qi Qiu. He combined the two blades into one, and a huge blade that was filled with ice and fire energy appeared in front of him. Xinghua held the huge blade tightly and raised it towards the sky. The two energies of ice and fire soared into the sky. In an instant, a blade shadow that contained the two terrifying energies of ice and fire flew towards the sky. The blade shadow was too huge. It spanned across the sky and actually divided the sky of the burning sky city into two regions. One region was filled with flames, and the other region was filled with ice and frost. It was as if there really was an ice and fire duel heaven. This blade caused the hearts of all the warriors in the burning sky city to tremble. They were inwardly shocked. Boom! The incomparably huge palm also came crashing down. In the end, it heavily smashed onto the blade shadow and actually stopped. The power of the blade shadow was indeed terrifying. It actually blocked the attack of the heaven-defying saint treasure. Break. Zhuowen knew that although Xinghua was at the peak of the Sky Saint realm, and his strength might be much stronger than the 14 Sky Saint realm subordinates he brought, there was still a huge gap between the Sky Saint realm and the heaven-defying saint realm. Even if Xinghua was at the peak of the Sky Saint realm, he would still be completely annihilated under the attack of the heaven-defying saint treasure. Crack! The blade shadow began to shatter. The ice and fire regions that spanned across the sky were also annihilated into nothingness. The moment the blade shadow completely shattered, the huge hand instantly fell. Go! Xinghua snorted. He only felt a fishy sweetness in his roar, but he still managed to dodge the huge hand in advance. Boom! The huge hand fell on the void. Suddenly, countless fragments appeared in the void. The forbidden space that was originally arranged in the surroundings was completely destroyed by the huge hand. I said, "You can't escape." Zhuowen sneered when he sensed that the space restriction around him had been destroyed. He pinched the void with his right hand, and the void beneath the descending giant hand shattered. The giant hand then entered the void passageway through the shattered void. Chapter 1576. Memory beat caught off guard. 3 Empyrean saints died on the spot. The remaining 6 saints fled in 6 different directions in panic. Zhuowen's eyes were cold and emotionless. He pointed his finger repeatedly, and the giant hand that blotted out the sky instantly appeared above the 6 fleeing saints, killing them one by one, subduing the enemy without a fight. The 6 saints had lost their courage to fight, so Zhuowen relied on the power of the heaven-defying saint artifact to kill them one by one. If the 6 of them worked together, they might have been able to resist for a while. Damn it! Xing Hua retreated several thousand meters with Qiqiu. Seeing the 6 saints being killed one by one, the 2 of them had ugly expressions. As for Zhou Tianzong, seeing that the situation was bad, he immediately chose a direction to flee in. At this moment, Zhou Tianzong was more shocked than anyone else. He was even cursing in his heart. Zhuowen was too abnormal. Not only did he have a heaven-defying saint artifact, he also had a heaven-defying saint artifact. This time, the Ice and Fire family had sent 15 Empyrean saints, but he had killed only 2 of them. This battle record was too terrifying. Zhou Tianzong knew that if he didn't run now, he wouldn't have another chance. Sect Master Zhou, where do you think you're going? An indifferent voice rang out. Zhou Tianzong, who was running away, stiffened, but he quickly fled at an even faster speed. However, Zhou Tianzong did not escape for long. A giant hand broke through the void and appeared in front of him. It grabbed him and plunged back into the void. Sect Master Zhou, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, you'd better be honest and hand over Qin Shui's memories, Zhuowen said coldly. While Zhuowen was questioning Zhou Tianzong, Xinghua and Qiqiu didn't dare to move because the other hand of the saint's shadow from the heaven-defying saint artifact had appeared before them. There was no doubt that if they moved, the hand would mercilessly suppress them. At that time, they would die without a burial place. That thing is in my hands. If you don't want Qin Shui to lose all her memories, you must let me go. Zhou Tianzong's voice was filled with fear. Rumble! Zhuowen's mind moved, and the big hand slammed into Zhou Tianzong's body. Zhou Tianzong coughed up blood, and his face turned pale. Fortunately, Zhuowen had controlled the power of the big hand, so Zhou Tianzong did not die. Finally, Zhou Tianzong was terrified. He did not dare to refute Zhuowen. Hand it over. The lives of these 2 are also in your hands. If you don't hand it over, they will die in front of you. If you hand it over, they might still be able to live. Zhuowen said. With a thought, the other big hand grabbed Xinghua and Qiqiu, bringing them in front of him. He said coldly to Zhou Tianzong. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Xinghua and Qiqiu revealed a hopeful look. Xinghua even said to Zhou Tianzong, Zhou Tianzong, what are you waiting for? Quickly hand over the thing that Zhuowen wants. Do you want to kill us? That's right. What are you hesitating for? If you don't hand it over, we will all die. If you hand it over, we will still have a chance to live. Qiqiu also said. Zhou Tianzong's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, Zhuowen, you win. I will hand over that memory, but you must let the 3 of us go. Anyway, now that you have the saint artifact and many other trump cards, we can no longer threaten you. Hand it over first. If you let me know that you cheated me like last time, I don't mind giving up that memory to make you die, without a burial place. Zhuowen said coldly. Zhou Tianzong sighed and said, Don't worry, I won't play any tricks this time. Saying this, Zhou Tianzong slowly took out a crystal-clear bead from his bosom. This bead contained a blue flame, and in this flame there were various fragments of images flickering as if it was a broken film. Zhuowen took the bead, but he was not at ease. Instead, he sent a message to Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao. Mother, is this a memory fragment? Zhuowen gave the bead to Feng Xiao and asked. Feng Xiao took the bead and looked at it carefully. She said, This bead is indeed a memory fragment, And from the image of this blue flame, it can be seen that this memory indeed belongs to you and that little girl Chen Shui. Hearing this, Zhuowen was filled with joy. He was in a good mood, not willing to let go of the memory bead in his hand, just like a little child who had just received a toy. Chen Shui, this is your memory bead. Look at the image inside. Look, this is you, and this is me. Zhuowen came in front of Mu Qinshui and placed the memory bead in front of Mu Qinshui. He pointed at the image inside the blue flame and spoke with a silly smile. Mu Qinshui's beautiful eyes revealed a strange look. She said in a soft voice, "Really? We really did know each other before, and we really were lovers." "Of course." Zhuowen held Mu Qinshui's jade-like hand and came in front of Feng Xiao. He asked, "Mother, how can I restore Chen Shui's memories with this memory bead?" Implanting a memory fragment into the sea of consciousness is a very complicated process. I know how to do it, but it will take some time. Feng Xiao said in a deep voice. "So it's like this. Then let's find a quiet place to restore Chen Shui's memories later." Zhuowen revealed a grin as he carefully placed the memory bead into his spirit ring. This was the memory he shared with Mu Qinshui. So how could he casually place it? Naturally, he treasured it. Kacha! Just as Zhuowen was about to put away the memory bead, a clear shattering sound rang out. Zhuowen's right hand that was holding the memory bead suddenly froze, and his heart violently trembled. Feng Xiao, Long Xiaotian, and Mu Qinshui were also attracted by this cracking sound, and they all gathered in Zhuowen's right hand. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the memory bead in Zhuowen's right hand. Moreover, the cracks seemed to be contagious as they slowly spread to the surroundings. "What is going on?" Feng Xiao muttered in a low voice. Long Xiaotian and Mu Qinshui were also stunned as they stared at the memory bead in a daze. They could not understand what was happening in front of them. Don't break, you can't break." Zhuowen opened his right hand, and the memory bead quietly laid in his palm. But even like this, the cracks on the bead's surface continued to increase. "I won't let you break. I definitely won't." Zhuowen muttered to himself. His spiritual energy spread out like threads and drilled into the bead's cracks. It began to shrink the cracks according to Zhuowen's will. However, the bead's cracks continued to increase. Even if Zhuowen used his spiritual energy to repair the cracks on the bead's surface, it was all to no avail. Zhuowen's efforts were all in vain. However, Zhuowen seemed to have gone crazy. The spiritual energy in his Naiwen palace gushed out like crazy. Zhuowen's body swept out a spiritual storm, looking extremely crazy. "Zhuowen, calm down," Long Xiaotian said in a deep voice. But Zhuowen turned a deaf ear to him. He seemed to have fallen into a demon's trap. In his eyes, there was only the bead in his hand. This bead was the shared memory of him and Mu Qinshui. Every time there was a crack on the bead's surface, Zhuowen felt as if there was a crack in his heart. This feeling was very painful, so painful that it almost suffocated him. Zhuowen almost lost his mind. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the bead in his hand. Suddenly, a pair of snow-white jade-like hands gently grasped Zhuowen's hand. This jade-like palm faced downwards and clasped together with Zhuowen's palm, blocking the bead that was full of cracks. "Zhuowen, it's okay. That's just an ordinary bead. If it's really a memory bead, why would it shatter for no reason? Isn't it? Don't be sad about this." A gentle voice slowly entered Zhuowen's ears. The originally crazy Zhuowen gradually calmed down as if he had heard a heart-calming song. Slowly raising his eyes, Zhuowen stared at the beautiful lady who was aloof and elegant. Her smile was so contagious. Seeing this smile, Zhuowen's mood suddenly calmed down. "Really? Is that really just an ordinary bead? Zhuowen murmured, as if he was sleep-talking. Really, that is indeed an ordinary bead. You are Zhuowen, I am Mu Qinxue. We are lovers. I remember everything that happened between us. You once told me shamelessly that you would make me the happiest woman in the world, that you would stand at the peak of the continent, that you would pull down the clouds from the 9 heavens and pluck the stars from the sky for me as a betrothal gift, didn't you? You once couldn't sleep at night to expel the cold poison from your body. In order to alleviate my pain, you constantly comforted me and told me all kinds of interesting stories. My favorite was the story of Wu Sangui and Qin Yuanyuan. You once chased after Yan Ruhua and Elder Raiwa alone for me. For this, you didn't hesitate to put yourself in a near-death situation. You even made the whole world your enemy. Even if you were hunted down by the whole world, you never regretted every decision you made for me. I remember everything. Really, you don't have to worry about me. After saying this, Mu Qinxue pinched the memory bead and then tightly hugged Zhuowen. Really, Qinxue, you really remember everything. This is great. You remember everything. The memories that we share, the memories that only belong to the two of us. This is truly great. Zhuowen hugged Mu Qinshue's waist and returned to normal. He happily muttered in a low voice. However, he didn't see that 2 lines of tears had already rolled down the beautiful face of the woman who was buried deep in his shoulder. Mu Qinxue was very clear that the things she said were not things that she really remembered, but rather what she saw from the blue flame in the memory bead. Because these were the 3 deepest memories between her and Zhuowen, the memory bead was the clearest. Moreover, Mu Qinxue also knew that the bead in Zhuowen's hand was indeed a memory bead. This was because when the bead shattered, she could clearly feel her sea of consciousness becoming chaotic, and her headache became even more intense. But she did not say anything. She just had to pretend to smile and comfort the man in front of her, who was in a fragile state. Even without the memories, she could still feel that she loved the man in front of her very much. So, she did not want him to be hurt or sad. This was because the sad appearance of the man in front of her made her feel even worse than her own headache. Chapter 1577. Memory Chaos. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from Burning Sky City, a group of people walked through the air. The aura in their bodies surged like a deep-sea whirlpool, constantly absorbing the surrounding world energy and setting off endless hurricanes. At the head of this group, an extraordinarily handsome young man walked slowly. This young man had a blue halo above his head, and the aura around his body surged, transforming into the image of a phoenix spreading its wings and flying. His body faintly emitted the sharp cry of a phoenix. Burning Sky City is in front. I really didn't expect that in this remote southern barbarian, among the lowly warriors, there would be someone who could nurture the phoenix bloodline and black tortoise bloodline. This extraordinarily handsome young man licked his lips and muttered in a slightly mocking tone. Young master may not know, but if it's a lowly warrior from the southern barbarian, it's impossible for them to nurture such a high-grade bloodline. It's even impossible for warriors with special bloodlines to appear in the other 4 regions except for the central region. However, the Burning Heaven sect of the Southern Barbarian and the Snow Palace of the North Pole were a branch of our Icefire family a long time ago. Because they committed a grave mistake, they were chased out of the central region by the family and settled down outside the central region, which is the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. A slightly stooped, gray-haired, old man slowly walked to the side of the young man. His low voice slowly sounded as he explained the origins of the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. I've also heard of this, but it's only a branch family. Moreover, it's been so long, yet they were still able to nurture the phoenix bloodline and black tortoise bloodline. I'm quite surprised. The young man chuckled. The gray-haired old man's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "Young master, are you really not planning to report this to the family? After all, the phoenix bloodline and black tortoise bloodline are still relatively important resources to the family." There's no need. Since they're from the branch family, it means that the bloodline power in their bodies is definitely not very dense. In order to not waste their bloodline power, they should all contribute their special bloodline to me and use it to perfect my bloodline. Speaking until here, the young man licked his lips, and his eyes emitted an extremely frightening cold light. Xinghua and the rest should have arrived at Burning Sky City. With their strength, it should be about time for them to bring back those two little fellows with bloodline. The gray-haired old man was silent for a moment before he muttered softly. However, his words quickly came to a halt as his right hand froze in midair. "Elder Fong, what's wrong?" The young man also noticed the old man's strange behavior and couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Someone from Glorious Star has already died," the gray-haired old man said with a gloomy face. The young man narrowed his eyes and said in disbelief, "Dead? How could this be? The 14 people Xinghua brought were all at the Sky Saint realm. The southern barbarian lands probably didn't even have a saint at this level, right? Who else can kill Xinghua and the others?" The young man was shocked. Even the gray-haired old man was depressed. He couldn't figure it out. It was impossible for there to be an expert who could kill a Sky Saint realm expert in the Burning Sky City. Not good. More people have fallen. 13 people have died. And now there are only 2 people left. The gray-haired old man's expression changed drastically as he roared. This sentence caused the young man's face to twitch as anger appeared in his eyes. Who was it who dared to kill the people of his Ice and Fire clan? Let's go. Let's enter the Burning Sky City and take a look. I want to see who has the guts to kill the people of my Ice and Fire clan. The young man coldly snorted and led the gray-haired old man and his group. They turned into a rainbow and disappeared on the spot as they flew towards the Burning Sky City. In the Burning Sky City, Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue hugged each other tightly before the two of them separated. Zhuowen stared at Mu Qinxue as the smile on his face suddenly froze. At this moment, Mu Qinxue's eyes were filled with tears. Her face was pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was as if she was enduring some kind of intense pain. "Qinxue, what's wrong?" Zhuowen asked worriedly. "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Let's leave this place quickly. Didn't you say that you would bring me far away?" Mu Qinxue said with a forced smile. Seeing the girl in front of him enduring the pain, Zhuowen's heart ached. He grabbed Mu Qinxue's right hand and slowly opened it. He saw that most of the memory bead in her palm had already shattered. "Zhuowen, don't look at it. This is not a memory bead. It's fine." Mu Qinxue gently stroked Zhuowen's face as she revealed a smile and spoke in a soft voice. Even if she was enduring the pain of 10,000 ants eating away at her heart, she still held on and tried to comfort Zhuowen. I understand everything. "Qinxue, thank you." Zhuowen held the jade, like hand that was stroking his face, and gently kissed the back of the jade, like hand. It was as if he didn't do this, the girl in front of him would disappear from his sight. "Zhuowen, you still won't let us go? Zhou Qianzong has already given it to you. You should fulfill your promise." Xinghua's eyes sparkled as she shouted at Zhuowen's back. "That's right. I should fulfill my promise. But before that, I want to ask Sect Master Zhou, why did this bead shatter?" Zhuowen did not turn around as he asked in an ice-cold voice. Zhou Qianzong's eyes sparkled as he shook his head and said, I'm not clear on this matter. After all, I gave this bead to you, so the shattering has nothing to do with me. It should be because of you. Zhou Qianzong, can you be any more shameless? The memory bead was made by you, so it wouldn't be hard for you to do something to it. Feng Xiao angrily shouted. Zhou Qianzong's eyes turned dark as he coldly said, Feng Xiao, don't slander me. However, before Zhou Qianzong could finish, the large hand holding him suddenly tightened. Zhou Qianzong did not even have time to react before he exploded, turning into a rain of blood. This Xinghua and Qiqiu trembled. The two of them knew that the shattering of the memory bead had something to do with Zhou Qianzong. Otherwise, the bead would not have shattered for no reason. Thinking of this, the two of them secretly cursed Zhou Qianzong's stupidity. Zhou Qianzong had dug his own grave, and yet he had dragged them down with him. How hateful! I remember that Zhou Qianzong still has a law clone. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice as killing intent surged in his eyes. He immediately took out the Fushi cauldron as Cheng Huang rode out on the back of the divine turtle. Little Huang, go and collect Zhou Qianzong's aura. Then help me find the location of Zhou Qianzong's clone, Zhuowen said to Cheng Huang. Cheng Huang lazily stretched its back and said, Let me have a look. Cheng Huang grabbed a wisp of blood mist and placed it in the Fushi cauldron. Then it formed a series of seals with its claws at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, the Fushi cauldron exploded with a dark light as it flew in a certain direction at lightning speed. In the depths of a pavilion in a corner of Burning Sky City, the Fushi cauldron found Zhou Qianzong's clone. Moreover, the Fushi cauldron's unique power crushed down and imprisoned Zhou Qianzong, then brought him before Zhuowen. How did you find my clone? Impossible. At this moment, Zhou Qianzong's face was pale, and his body was trembling. It was because of his clone that Zhou Qianzong had been so fearless before. However, if this clone were to die as well, then he would truly die. Zhuowen gently let go of Mu Qinxue and handed her to Feng Xiao. Then he came before Zhou Qianzong, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. Zhou Qianzong, you've played tricks on me time and time again. Do you really think that I, Zhuowen, am so easy to bully? Or are you too confident in your own cleverness? Zhuowen said with murderous intent, No, I didn't. Let me go. Zhou Qianzong finally felt fear. He kept struggling, but it was to no avail. It's too late, Zhuowen said coldly. Seeing that Zhuowen was not going to let him go, Zhou Qianzong shouted, Zhuowen, so what if you kill me? Mu Qinshue's memories will become more and more chaotic. In the end, she will completely forget everything. Even her soul will not be able to bear it and collapse. Ha! You can only watch as she slowly forgets you and dies. Shut up. Zhuowen used force in his right hand, and Zhou Qianzong's clone was directly crushed by Zhuowen. This clone was much weaker than him, so even Zhuowen could easily kill him. Zhuowen, there's something wrong with Qinshue's condition. Feng Xiao's voice came from behind him. Zhuowen's expression changed, and he quickly came to Mu Qinshue's side. At this moment, Mu Qinshue's body was trembling. Her hands were covering her head as if she was enduring some kind of pain. Her sea of consciousness is still in chaos. I told you before, after using the memory-splitting technique, if the separated memories are destroyed, it will cause chaos in Qinshue's sea of consciousness. Her memories will slowly disappear, and her soul will collapse in the end. Speaking of this, Feng Xiao gave a soft sigh. She never thought that things would turn out like this. She never thought that Zhou Qianzong would be so ruthless, actually tampering with Mu Qinshue's memories. Looking at Zhuowen's cold eyes, and then looking at Mu Qinshue's struggling in pain, Feng Xiao suddenly felt her heart hurt. Why did things turn out like this? Our family of 4 could have been reunited and could have lived happily together. Feng Xiao said in a helpless voice. Long Xiaotian gently hugged Feng Xiao and comforted her in a soft voice. Then he said to Zhuowen, Zhuowen, don't be too sad. Perhaps there is a way to cure Qin Shui's condition. What way? Mother, father, you're all helpless. Moreover, Qin Shui is currently losing her memories. When her memories disappear, her soul will collapse. So what can we do now? What should I do? Zhuowen grabbed his head and said in a voice filled with self-blame, Little brat, there is definitely a way. It's said that the Saint Celestial Master's attainments in the soul have reached the peak. If you can find the Saint Celestial Master, perhaps that kind of existence will have a way to save this little girl. Chapter 1578. Young Master of the Icefire Clan Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He stared at Cheng Huang and said, Can a Saint Celestial really help Qin Shui recover her memories and stop her soul from collapsing? In theory, it should be possible. After all, a Saint Celestial has already come into contact with the domain of the soul. They have a unique understanding of the soul. I feel that a Saint Celestial should have a way to solve your little lover's situation, said Cheng Huang. However, it's impossible for a Saint Celestial to exist in the 4 regions. So, if you want to find a Saint Celestial, you can only go to the great powers of the Central Plains. Xiao He returned to her original state and flew over to Zhuowen. I have to go to the Central Plains. Zhuowen clenched his fists and flew over to Mu Qinshui. Seeing Mu Qinshui forcefully enduring the pain, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with pain. Zhuowen, I'm fine. Don't worry. Mu Qinshui's lips curled slightly. She forced a smile and signaled to Zhuowen not to worry. However, seeing Mu Qinshui forcefully pretending, Zhuowen's eyes became moist. Seeing Mu Qinshui like this made his heart ache. This memory bead hasn't completely shattered. I can slow down the rate at which it shatters, so I should be able to slow down the pain it brings to Qin Shui. Give me the memory bead, said Feng Xiao. Really? Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. Then he handed the memory bead over to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao's beautiful eyes quietly gazed at the memory bead in her palm. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she let out a soft sigh. A gentle energy gushed out from her palm, completely wrapping up the broken memory bead. I am the previous saintess, so I have some knowledge of the soul-splitting secret technique. However, my method can only slow down the rate at which the memory bead shatters. Actually, the bead is still shattering, but it's much slower than before. Feng Xiao held the memory bead in her hand and used her gentle energy to nourish the memory bead as she spoke to Zhuowen. Sure enough, as the gentle energy enveloped the memory bead, Mu Qinshui's reaction became much smaller. It was as if her pain had lessened a lot because of this. It really is effective. Qin Shui, do you feel much better now? Zhuowen held Mu Qinshui's hand and asked in pleasant surprise. Mu Qinshui gently nodded and leaned on Zhuowen's shoulder. She said in a low voice, Yeah, much better. That's good, that's good, that's good. Zhuowen gently embraced Mu Qinshui's waist and tightly hugged her. It was as if he didn't do this, the girl in front of him would disappear from his sight at any time. Perhaps Mu Qinshui could also feel how fragile Zhuowen was at this moment. She also tightly hugged Zhuowen's chest and gently said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll always be by your side. However, I'm so sleepy right now. Zhuowen, I want to ask you for a favor. If you can go to the Saintess Pavilion and take Elder Qiu away, he has become an idiot. If no one takes care of him, he won't be able to live alone. I hope you can take care of him. Zhuowen gently let go of Mu Qinshui. He found that the latter's eyes were closed and the wings of his nose were closed. He had actually fallen into a deep sleep. All right, I promise you. Zhuowen stared at the sleeping Mu Qinxue and said softly, "The shattering of the memory bead has caused too much damage to her sea of consciousness. Although I have slowed down the speed of the bead's shattering, Qinxue is still affected. She is too tired now. Let her sleep for a while." Feng Xiao said with some pity. Zhuowen gave Mu Qinxue to Feng Xiao and said, "Mother, father, take care of Qinxue for me. I will bring you into the Azure Dragon Palace. I will join you later." Feng Xiao took Mu Qinxue and looked at Long Xiaotian. Then, under the summons of Zhuowen's Azure Dragon token, they entered the Azure Dragon Palace. After putting Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian into the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuowen shrunk the Azure Dragon Palace and put it into his spirit ring. Then he took a step forward and arrived in front of Xinghua and Qiqiu. He said indifferently, "Right now, I am the knife and you are the fish. If you don't want to die, the two of you only have one choice. Hand over your life essence blood and swear on your life essence that the two of you will become my Zhuowen's servants. You must not betray me in any way, or you will die. You want us to become your servants. Aren't you going too far? You are just a little brat of the pure, profound saint realm. If it weren't for the heaven-defying saint treasure, how could you be so arrogant?" Qiqiu's temper was more irritable. He immediately retorted angrily, his words extremely fierce. "Puqi." Zhuowen was too lazy to pay attention to Qiqiu's protest. With a thought, the other hand of the heaven-defying saint realm illusory figure suddenly reached out and blasted towards Qiqiu. Qiqiu didn't even make a sound before he turned into a cloud of blood mist. He couldn't be more dead. "If you refute, you will die immediately. If you want to refute like Qiqiu, I don't mind you ending up like him." After casually killing Qiqiu, Zhuowen turned his head to look at Xinghua. That indifferent gaze made Xinghua's heart tremble, and he was on tenterhooks. To think that he, a powerful saint of the Sky Saint realm, was actually intimidated by a mere pure, profound saint realm brat's gaze. Life and death are only between your thoughts. You only have 3 breaths of time to make your choice. Zhuowen's gaze fell on Xinghua as he continued. 1, 2, 3, I agree." Xinghua shouted in a low voice and immediately extracted the life essence blood from his body. He swore with his life that from now on he would become Zhuowen's servant without any disloyalty. Zhuowen held Xinghua's life essence blood in his right hand and imprinted it between his eyebrows. In an instant, he could feel Xinghua's current emotions, and even if he had any bad thoughts in his mind, he could immediately know. It could be said that if Xinghua dared to have any ideas about his master, Zhuowen would immediately know. "Master!" Xinghua sighed, lowered his arrogant head, and called out in a low voice, "Don't be so discouraged. If you work well for me in the future, I might be able to set you free." Zhuowen said indifferently, "Really? Master?" Xinghua's eyes flickered as he asked in surprise. "Of course. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to perform well. Otherwise, I won't set you free for no reason." Zhuowen said indifferently, "Yes, Master, your subordinate will do his best to serve you in the future. There will be no disloyalty." Xinghua said excitedly. Zhuowen nodded his head slightly. He knew that he could not blindly suppress his opponent, or else he would easily be rebounded. Only by giving him some benefits after the suppression and giving him some hope, Zhuowen knew that he would be able to subdue this person for his own use. "Follow behind me. I need to make a trip to the Saintess Pavilion first." Zhuowen said indifferently. However, Xinghua was a little hesitant. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master, I think it's better for you to leave Burning Heaven City immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late. What do you mean? Zhuowen frowned and asked, The young master of our ice fire family is coming soon, and the people he brought this time are stronger than the 15 people I brought. There is even a heaven-defying sage realm expert among them. If Master doesn't leave quickly, you won't be able to escape if you meet them. Xinghua gritted his teeth and said, What? Heaven-defying sage realm? The team that the young master brought is stronger than you? Zhuowen's pupils shrank. Just the heaven-defying sage realm alone was enough to make Zhuowen tremble in fear. That was a true heaven-defying sage realm expert, even if he had a heaven-defying sage treasure. In front of such an expert, it was not enough. Why did your ice fire family send so many people? Just the phoenix bloodline and the black tortoise bloodline. There's no need to send so many people, right? Even the heaven-defying sage realm experts are sent. Isn't it too exaggerated? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. Xinghua sighed softly and said, This time, taking away the phoenix bloodline and the black tortoise bloodline is only one of the reasons. There's another reason? What is it? Zhuowen asked. Young master has found the traces of the core disciple who stole the holy symbol of ice fire from the family. This time, young master has another purpose. Young master has come for the missing part of the holy symbol of ice fire. Xinghua said, Ice fire, holy symbol. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Hearing Xinghua's words, he knew that the so-called young master would come to the eastern land one day. Thinking of this, Zhuowen knew that he had to hurry back to the eastern land and bring all the people from Ryuka and Jiaxin Academy back to the Azure Dragon Hall. The Azure Dragon Hall was the safest place. You enter the Azure Dragon Hall first. I have some things to do, and will leave the Burning Sky City later. After Zhuowen kept Xinghua in the Azure Dragon Hall, he floated in the air above the Burning Sky City and shouted, The Ice Fire family will send more people. If you don't want to die, I advise you to leave the Burning Sky City now. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. After saying this, Zhuowen jumped down and instantly jumped into a dark corner. When he came out again, he had already changed his appearance and became a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. The reason why he reminded him was because he knew that if the young master of the Ice Fire family knew that the people he sent were almost completely annihilated in the Burning Sky City, he would definitely be furious. At that time, he might do something irrational. He kindly reminded the people of the Burning Sky City, which could be considered as being extremely benevolent. Saintess Pavilion. Zhuowen looked in the direction of the Saintess Pavilion. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed towards the Saintess Pavilion. And Zhuowen's reminder naturally attracted the attention of many forces in the Burning Sky City. Many warriors were in an uproar. It really is the Ice Fire family. Now that almost all the people from the Ice Fire family have been killed, they shouldn't be looking for us. Why should we leave? Right, the Ice Fire family is a big force in the Central Plains. They won't be so unreasonable. They should be looking for Zhuowen. Zhuowen's suggestion was immediately opposed and disdained by many warriors and forces. They were not willing to leave the Burning Sky City. Of course, the reason why they did not leave was mainly because they coveted the Burning Heaven Sect's foundation. Most of the elites of the Burning Heaven Sect had been killed, and the Burning Flame Tower had collapsed. They had already become an arrow at the end of its flight. For their own interests, it was impossible for these forces to leave the Burning Sky City. Chapter 1579. Great Copper Nirvana Formation. The Saintess Pavilion was already empty. The maids inside had all fled during the battle, not daring to stay for long. There's a sound. Zhuowen's ears twitched, and he immediately heard a strange sound coming from the depths of the Saintess Pavilion. He frowned and quickly entered the Saintess Pavilion. Soon after, he discovered that in a hall deep within the Saintess Pavilion, there were 3 people rummaging through it, looking for something, and one of them was even cursing. Why is there nothing in this Saintess Pavilion, other than that old man who looks like an idiot? I can't find anything valuable inside. What kind of lousy place is this? I thought there were many treasures in this Saintess Pavilion, but I didn't expect it to be so cold. Is this the residence of the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect? In the hall, many of the figures rummaging through things were complaining and muttering something. It was obvious that they were quite dissatisfied. Where is that idiot old man? Zhuowen suddenly rushed in front of a martial warriors, lifted him up, and asked coldly. This martial warriors did not expect Zhuowen to suddenly appear. For a moment, he was at a loss. Who are you? The other 2 companions who were still rummaging through the place suddenly faced Zhuowen, brandishing their weapons as they stared at Zhuowen vigilantly. Zhuowen's gaze was cold as he directly ignored the 2 of them. Instead, he stared at the martial warriors in his hand and said with killing intent, "Where's that idiot old man you mentioned? Speak or die." "How dare you ignore us? You're courting death." The 2 companions shouted angrily as they took a step forward. Like a bolt of lightning, they instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. "Puchi." Zhuowen opened his left hand and suddenly pressed down. Immediately, the 2 martial warriors who rushed over exploded into 2 clouds of blood mist without even making a sound. Gulp! The cultivator in Zhuowen's hand swallowed his saliva, and his entire body trembled. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill me! I'll tell you, that idiot old man is upstairs. He's not dead. He was just knocked unconscious by us." Hearing this, Zhuowen carried the martial warrior and rushed up to the 2nd floor. Sure enough, he found the unconscious Elder Qiu in a corner of the 2nd floor. However, at this moment, Elder Qiu was unconscious on the ground. His forehead was full of blood, and his aura was weak. "Is this what you meant by knocking him out? You guys want to beat him to death, right?" Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He didn't give the cultivator a chance to explain and crushed him to death. Then he took out an immortal elixir from his spirit ring and fed it to Elder Qiu. Elder Qiu, who had fainted, slowly opened his eyes after consuming the celestial pill. "Save me! Help me! Help me!" As soon as Elder Qiu woke up, he curled up in a corner like a lunatic, his voice trembling. Looking at Elder Qiu's appearance, Zhuowen sighed in his heart. Mu Chenxue was right. Elder Qiu had indeed become an idiot. Back in the ancient cave mansion, Elder Qiu's demeanor was unparalleled. At that time, Zhuowen was only at the sovereign realm, while Elder Qiu was already at the emperor realm. But now a few years had passed, and he had transformed from a teenager to a young man. His cultivation had also leaped, and he had become a saint. But Elder Qiu had ended up like this. Zhuowen could not help but sigh in his heart. "Elder Qiu, it's okay now. Follow me into the Azure Dragon Hall." Zhuowen waved his sleeve and pointed his sword at Elder Qiu's neck, causing the emotional Elder Qiu to fall unconscious. Then he was taken into the Azure Dragon Hall by Zhuowen. "It's time to leave Burning Sky City." Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, and then left the Saintess Pavilion. He chose the exit of Burning Sky City, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he shot out explosively. However, just as Zhuowen was about to rush out of the entrance of Burning Sky City, a terrifying restriction suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhuowen, who was originally rushing forward, collided with the restriction and was sent flying backwards. Zhuowen's legs tapped on the ground, and he landed lightly on the ground. His eyes slowly narrowed as he looked at the restriction. This restriction gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Furthermore, this restriction was not only in the area in front of him, but had spread throughout the entire Burning Sky City. At this moment, the entire Burning Sky City was enveloped by a huge restriction. In the middle of the Burning Sky City, a copper plate that was about 3 meters large was constantly spinning. The surface of the copper plate had complicated patterns and various runes. It was the center of the restriction that enveloped the entire Burning Sky City. Furthermore, at the top of the copper plate, there was a group of people standing proudly. The leader of this group of people was a handsome young man. This young man's eyes were red and blue, and his eyes were the same as those of Zhuowen, who used the Ice-Fire Holy Talisman. His hair was red and blue. Standing beside this young man, it was as if one could experience the strange feeling of ice and fire. Of course, this feeling was definitely not good. Young master, this old man can no longer sense the auras of the 15 people from Starlight. I'm afraid. Most likely, they're dead. Elder Fong slowly walked to the side of the young man and said in a deep voice, "Good, very good. He actually dared to kill my Ice-Fire family's people. Who gave him the guts?" The young man's voice became colder and colder. He was high and mighty as he looked down at all the martial warriors in Burning Sky City. His loud and clear voice rang out, "Who killed my Ice-Fire family's people? If you don't kill them, I will slaughter the entire Burning Sky City and bury them with Starlight and the others. It's not us, sir. The one who killed your Ice-Fire family is that Zhuowen. It has nothing to do with us." "That's right. It's all that Zhuowen's fault. We didn't participate in it. Sir, you can't just start a massacre without knowing what's right and wrong." Immediately, countless martial warriors below began to defend themselves, hurriedly exposing Zhuowen. At the same time, they separated themselves from Zhuowen. Zhuowen secretly retreated to a remote corner and stared at the huge copper plate in the sky. He could feel that the restriction activated by the copper plate was not ordinary. Although Zhuowen's mental energy was inherited from the profound Saint Master Bai Fong, the restriction on the copper plate should be of a much higher level than the restrictions set up by the profound Saint Master. He could not understand it at the moment. "Xiao He, can you understand this restriction?" Zhuowen secretly transmitted his voice. "This is the Great Copper Nirvana Formation. It has a very strong destructive power. Within this formation, it can kill all living beings below the Saint Realm. It can completely trap heavenly saints. It is a very powerful restriction formation," Xiao He said in a deep voice. "Great Copper Nirvana Formation? Is there a chance to break it?" Zhuowen asked urgently. "Yes, give me some time. However, during this time, you must not fight with the guy above. There is a terrifying existence of the heaven-defying saint realm inside. If you fight with him, you will be courting death." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know that." Xiao He nodded. Then it turned into a ray of black light and sneakily approached the edge of the restriction. At this moment, the young master of the Ice-Fire family had his hands behind his back. He looked down at the crowd below and said indifferently, "Zhuowen? Who is this Zhuowen? Where is he now?" "That Zhuowen is from the eastern lands, Ryuka. He should have already left Burning Sky City. Lord, you can go to the eastern lands to find that Zhuowen. This matter has nothing to do with our Burning Sky City. As for that Zhuowen, he is the one who turned our Burning Sky City into such a state. Speaking of which, that Zhuowen truly deserves to die. My lord, if you find that Zhuowen, you must make him suffer a fate worse than death." Just as the young master finished speaking, someone immediately sold out Zhuowen's information and quickly received the approval of many people around him. Zhuowen coldly looked at the people who sold him out and sneered in his heart. In order to protect themselves, these people really did their best to slander him, Zhuowen. Furthermore, Zhuowen had already reminded them to leave Burning Sky City as soon as possible. Not only did these people not listen, they even blamed him, Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that these people were a bunch of selfish people. Oh, so that's how it is, that Zhuowen killed the people of my ice fire family. You guys are just watching a good show from the side. Our ice fire family fell in your burning sky city. Do you guys feel very happy? The young man looked around, his voice becoming colder and colder. His body emitted a murderous aura. Young master, there are no traces of anyone escaping within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Unless that Zhuowen's speed is very fast, and he quickly left tens of thousands of miles away, it's impossible for this old man to not sense him. But in such a short period of time, it's impossible unless he's an expert of the immortal saint realm. Elder Fong said respectfully. In other words, the culprit who killed Xinghua and the others is very likely to be among this group of people. Then let's slaughter this city. At that time, we'll be able to force the culprit out. To be able to kill 15 people from Xinghua, this person is at least in the Sky Sage realm. No matter how he disguises himself, if we slaughter the city, he won't be able to escape our search. The young man said casually, Young master is right. Now, open the great copper Nirvana array. Elder Fong bowed slightly and waved his sleeve. His skinny palm pressed against the surface of the huge copper wheel. Suddenly, the copper wheel spun at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, the rapidly spinning copper will split into countless copper shadows. The copper shadows densely covered the entire space. It was as if these copper shadows were everywhere in the burning sky city at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the bronze wheels was too fast. Many warriors with low cultivation in the burning sky city did not even have time to react before they were cut into countless pieces by the densely packed bronze shadows. Moreover, this scene was happening in every corner of the burning sky city. The screams were like a symphony gathering into a deafening and terrifying sound in the surroundings. The screams, the sound of flesh and blood tearing, and the sound of weapons clashing filled the entire burning sky city at this moment. And the originally peaceful burning sky city, at this moment, turned into an azure blood field. Blood soared to the sky and turned into a pattering rain of blood. Chapter 1580. Slaughtering a city-burning sky city. This was a city that had stood in the southern barbarian for a long time. It was also the famous City of Flames, but today it had completely become a city of blood. This city was constantly filled with blood and slaughter, as well as all kinds of wails and screams. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the countless bronze wheel phantoms that had gathered around him were all shattered. He felt a slight numbness in his arm, and his heart was faintly shaken. The power of these bronze wheel phantoms was not ordinary. No wonder Xiao He said that this great copper nirvana array could kill all cultivators below the sage realm. How could anyone below the sage realm withstand such a terrifying bronze wheel phantoms? Looking around, except for a few cultivators whose strength had reached the profound sage realm, most of the cultivators in Burning Sky City had died. In less than 10 breaths of time, only a few dozen cultivators were still alive. These were basically the profound sage-level sages of the major forces. Only a few dozen people were left in the huge Burning Sky City. It looked empty and quiet, as if it was a dead city. The youth standing on the bronze wheel looked around, and his gaze fell on the few dozen people. He narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "All of you are profound sage-level trash. It seems that the murderer really isn't in Burning Sky City." The remaining dozens of people in Burning Sky City trembled when they heard the young man's cold and emotionless words. The young master of the Ice Fire clan was too ruthless. He had actually massacred an entire city. Moreover, he did not even blink. "Young master, what should we do with these people?" Old Fong respectfully asked, "What else can we do? Everyone else is dead, so what's the point of them being alive? Send someone to slaughter them, and then we'll leave this place first," the youth indifferently said. Old Fong cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Xingping, you stay here and clean up the remaining people. After you're done, follow us." "Understood. Old Fong, young master." A tall and straight man dressed in black clothes slowly walked out. He licked his lips, and a trace of cruelty appeared in his eyes. "I'll leave the great copper Nirvana array to you. When the time comes, bring it back to me. Let's go." The young master of the Ice and Fire clan nodded at Xingping. With a wave of his sleeve, he left behind the great copper Nirvana array. Then he turned into a wisp of green smoke and left the place with the remaining people. As for the man in black clothes, he was like a meteor as he suddenly fell downwards. He laughed heartily and said, "A group of pitiful lambs. I'll let you all have a good taste of death." "It's another Sky Sage realm expert. Let us go. This has nothing to do with us. It's all that Zhuowen's doing. If you want to find someone, you should find that Zhuowen. Zhuowen is a Ryuka. He will definitely return to the east. If you go to the east, you will definitely find Zhuowen. Let us go." The remaining survivors had already lost their will to fight. They repeatedly begged the man in black clothes for mercy, and they did not hesitate to reveal Zhuowen's background. Zhuowen looked on coldly from the sidelines. He might have felt some pity for these people before, but when he heard that these people did not hesitate to use him as a scapegoat in order to save their own lives, Zhuowen knew that these people were not worthy of his rescue. "I wonder if Xiaohe has dealt with the great copper Nirvana array," Zhuowen muttered. "You talk too much. Our young master is planning to go to the east. You need to say more? You'd better go play in the netherworld." Xingping licked his lips and did not say anything else. He kicked out like an arrow, and his figure was illusory. With a swipe of his hands in the air, his saint energy turned into threads that were so fine that they were almost undetectable. These threads streaked across the air at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, several people had fallen without them even realizing it. "Run!" This kind of silent death caused the others to be completely terrified. They were at a loss of what to do, panicked, and dispersed in an uproar. But no matter how they fled, when they were several hundred meters away from the black-clothed man, their heads would fall to the ground. This was because the black-clothed man had already set up an invisible thread around the perimeter of several hundred meters in advance. As long as someone dared to escape, the threads would cut off their heads like a poisonous snake. The way you die is really interesting. The man in black clothes licked his lips and laughed wantonly like a madman. In a short while, the remaining dozens of people in the burning Sky City were almost all killed. The only one left was Zhuowen, who was standing aside and watching coldly. The sound of blood splashing is definitely the most beautiful sound in the world to me. Don't you think so? The black-clothed man slowly withdrew the threads that covered the surroundings. Then he looked at Zhuowen with a dazed look in his eyes. "Seems like there's something wrong with your head," Zhuowen said slowly, and the words that came out of his mouth made the man in black clothes' face stiffen. "You dare to provoke me? Do you know the consequences of provoking me?" The man in black clothes narrowed his eyes and slowly walked towards Zhuowen. With a wave of his right hand, countless threads silently approached Zhuowen and then suddenly tightened, wanting to tear Zhuowen into pieces. "Consequences? With just you?" The corner of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. Just now, among the group of people, Zhuowen was most afraid of the young master of the Ice and Fire family, an Elder Fong. The remaining people's strength was about the same as the people brought by Xinghui, so he didn't care too much about them. The moment the threads rushed over, Zhuowen took a step forward and escaped into the void, dodging the attacks of the threads. It seems like your ability to escape is not bad, but it ends here. The man in black clothes narrowed his eyes, and with a wave of his hands, countless threads suddenly rushed towards Zhuowen, who had just rushed out from another void. Zhuowen waved his right hand and took out the ordinary tile. He used his saint power to completely activate the tile's power, and the imposing Saint Realm shadow of the Saint Realm stepped out and slammed his palm down. Bang! 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 Instantly, the countless threads that were rushing over collapsed with a loud bang, and the man in black who was controlling the threads was pushed back by the terrifying recoil. What? This is a saint treasure? Why do you have this kind of thing? The man in black clothes couldn't believe it. He stared at Zhuowen and kept retreating. Zhuowen didn't bother to pay attention to him, and with a thought, the palm of the imposing figure was like a mountain, and instantly swept in front of the man in black clothes. No, are you the one who killed Xing Hui and the others, relying on this saint treasure? The man in black clothes pulled with his hands, and countless threads gathered from the surroundings. These threads were his saint weapon, and were extremely hidden. It was difficult to see them with the naked eye, and they killed silently. Crack! Unfortunately, in the face of the heaven-defying saint treasure, the saint weapon in the black suit was completely useless. It was directly destroyed. The man in the black suit let out a miserable shriek before he was completely annihilated by the palm. After killing the man in black clothes, Zhuowen transmitted his voice to Xiaohe. Xiaohe, are you done? Whoosh! After a while, Xiaohe rushed out. He stared at the copper wheel that was constantly spinning above and said, "Basically, the formation has been successfully broken, but since the people of the Ice and Fire family left the great copper nirvana formation behind, you don't have to be polite. Take it away." Hee, of course. This great copper nirvana formation can be left for the family to use. Zhuowen grinned and rushed to the sky above Burning Sky City. With a grab of his right hand, he grabbed the copper wheel. Since the formation was broken by Xiaohe, Zhuowen didn't have a hard time taking down the copper wheel. "Let's go. I think you killed the people of the Ice and Fire family and took away their great copper nirvana formation. I'm afraid those guys will return soon," Xiaohe quickly said. Zhuowen nodded, took down the copper wheel, and left Burning Sky City like an arrow leaving the bow. In order to increase his speed, Zhuowen even unfolded his lightning wings and repeatedly used the void law, covering the surface of his wings. In an instant, his speed reached the limit, and as if he had teleported, he disappeared from Burning Sky City. Not long after Zhuowen left, the people of the Ice and Fire family returned. When the young master of the Ice and Fire family stared at the copper wheel that disappeared in the sky, his face was extremely gloomy. "Young master, Xing Ping is dead, and even the great copper nirvana formation has been taken away," Elder Fong said with some apprehension. The young master of the Ice and Fire family took a deep breath and said coldly, "Good, good, good. It seems that the culprit was still hiding in Burning Sky City. I was careless. Not only did he kill Xing Ping, but he also took away the great copper nirvana formation." "Young master, what should we do?" Elder Fong asked. Go to the Eastern Lands. This matter definitely has something to do with the Ryuka in the Eastern Lands. Also, didn't we hear that the core disciple who betrayed the family fled to the Eastern Lands? Maybe I can find a part of the Ice and Fire sacred symbol's origin in the Eastern Lands. The young master of the Ice and Fire family coldly snorted and led the group to leave Burning Sky City and head to the Eastern Lands. Zhuowen did not stop, and with the help of the lightning wings and the void law, he flew towards the Eastern Lands at an extremely fast speed. It only took him half a month to return to the Eastern Lands. When he returned, he heard that most of the empires in the Eastern Lands had been taken over by the Black Dragon Empire. Almost the entire eastern lands was in the hands of the Black Dragon Empire. However, Zhuowen was not in the mood to care about this matter. He directly entered the Dragon Spectre realm, and without a word, kept all the Ryuka in the Dragon Spectre realm into the Azure Dragon Hall. After doing this, Zhuowen rushed to the Divine Spectre realm. With Yanji and the other two, Zhuowen quickly persuaded the people of the Excellent Gods Institute to move the academy into the Azure Dragon Hall. Because of Wu Dai, Zhuowen also went to the Demon God Palace in the Demon Realm. However, the Palace Master of the Demon God Palace refused to enter the Azure Dragon Hall, so Zhuowen did not force him. After doing all this, Zhuowen let out a light breath and walked out of the Nine Netherworld realm, planning to leave the Nine Netherworld realm. Chapter 1581. Unlucky, Zhuowen had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't expect to meet the Icefire family at this time. The Icefire family's members were very fast, and they appeared in front of Zhuowen as if they had teleported. Zhuowen originally wanted to pretend that he didn't see anything and wanted to pass by the crowd, but he was stopped. "You are." Zhuowen pretended to be puzzled as he looked at the Icefire family's members. "You're a cultivator from the Nine Netherworld realm? Which Netherworld realm do you belong to?" The Icefire family's young master said coldly as he looked down at Zhuowen. Zhuowen was stunned, and his eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "I'm a disciple of the Demon Netherworld Realm's Demon God Palace. What business do you have?" "Our goal is the Divine Netherworld Realm and the Dragon Netherworld Realm. Do you know the specific paths in these two Netherworld realms?" The Icefire family's young master asked indifferently. Zhuowen was silent for a moment, then pointed at the heavenly pillars at the end of the Sea of Bitterness that represented the Dragon Netherworld Realm and the Divine Netherworld Realm, and said, "These two pillars are the entrances to the Dragon Netherworld Realm and the Divine Netherworld Realm. If you want to enter, you only need to enter the two pillars teleportation arrays. Let's split into two. Old Fong, you take half of the people into the Dragon Netherworld Realm and see if Ryuka is inside. I'll take the other half. It's said that there's a force called the Divine Academy in the Divine Netherworld Realm, and the most famous building is called the Icefire Dual Polarity Palace. I'm very interested in this building." Speaking until here, the Icefire family's young master licked his lips and sneered. "Yes, then this old man will enter the Dragon Netherworld Realm first." Old Fong cupped his hands and led half of the people into the Dragon Netherworld Realm. Soon, only the Icefire family's young master and his group were left. This time, the young master of the Ice and Fire clan had brought a total of 20 people with him. Old Fong had taken 10 people with him, and the remaining 10 people followed the young master. You should have heard of the Divine Spectre Realm's Jiashan College, right? How much do you know about the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace? The Ice and Fire clan's young master looked at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuowen was startled. He did not expect that the young master of the Ice-Fire family would be able to send away Elder Fong, who had the strongest cultivation base. With the young master's current lineup, Zhuowen knew that he had a high chance of escaping. However, he needed an opportunity. "Oh, this sir is asking about the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Hall. That building is the most famous building in the Divine Academy. It is said that the two extreme energies of ice and fire can coexist inside. It is the best training ground that the Divine Academy has left for the younger generation." When he spoke up to hear, Zhuowen suddenly stuck his head out as if he wanted to reveal some kind of secret and said softly, "Rumor has it that one of the 9 legendary Saint Talismans, the Ice Flame Saint Talisman, exists in the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace." "What? Is it really the Ice-Fire Saint Talisman?" The eyes of the young master of the Ice-Fire family shrank to the size of needles, and he could not help but cry out in surprise. Their ice fire family was one of the major powers in the Central Plains. They were high and mighty, and the eastern lands, southern barbarian, western regions, and northern regions were only small and remote places in the Central Plains. They did not even put them in their eyes. For countless years, the Icefire family had been searching for the missing part of the Icefire Saint Talisman's origin. However, they could not break away from the shackles of their thoughts. They believed that a part of the Icefire Saint Talisman's origin must be in the Central Plains. Therefore, for thousands of years, the Icefire family had been searching for it day after day in the Central Plains, but in the end, they had failed. However, the young master of the Icefire family in front of him had taken a different approach. He believed that the missing part of the Icefire Saint Talisman's origin was very likely to be in the 4 regions outside of the Central Plains. Therefore, the young master of the Icefire family had secretly followed the family when they came to pick up the disciples with the Phoenix bloodline and the Black Tortoise bloodline. His goal was to find the missing part of the Icefire Saint Talisman's origin in the 4 regions. The young master of the Icefire family knew that if he could really find the missing part of the Icefire Saint Talisman's origin, he would make an unprecedented contribution. At that time, he might be noticed by the family's old ancestor. Being noticed by the family's old ancestor would be of great benefit to him when he ran for the position of patriarch in the future. After all, the Icefire family had countless descendants. They also had descendants who were more outstanding than him. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult to stand out among the countless descendants of such a powerful family and successfully run for the position of patriarch. Although he was indeed talented, there were some people in the family who were more talented than him. He knew that if he did not make outstanding contributions, it would be very difficult for him to run for the position of patriarch in the future. Being able to find the missing part of the Icefire Saint Talisman's origin was undoubtedly a huge contribution to the family. He could also rely on this huge contribution to gain the attention and even the favor of the family's old ancestor. Are you sure that it's really the Icefire Saint Talisman? The young master of the Icefire family was extremely excited as he hurriedly asked, "I'm not very sure about this. If you want to find out the truth, you can enter the divine Netherrealm's Ice and Fire Duel Hall to take a look." Zhuowen shook his head, but his heart sank. He knew that the young master of the Icefire family in front of him had come for the Icefire Saint Talisman. Of course, now that he had arranged for all the people from Ryuka and Divine Nether Realms to enter the Azure Dragon Palace, even if the Icefire family came looking for him, Zhuowen was not worried. Right now, Zhuowen was looking forward to the young master of the Icefire family entering the Divine Nether Realm so that he could leave as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. Now, lead the way for me. I want to reach Divine Nether Realms as soon as possible. The young master of the Icefire family said anxiously. Zhuowen was startled and then said with some hesitation, "Sir, I'm not too sure about the geographical location of the Divine Nether Realm. Why don't you enter the Divine Nether Realm and find someone from the Divine Nether Realm to lead the way? It might be more efficient than me. The young master asked you to lead the way, and you still dare to disobey. You want to die?" Before the young master of the Icefire family could say anything, one of the martial warriors beside him grabbed out with his right hand. The saint force condensed into a large hand and fiercely pressed down on Zhuowen. Of course, this person also knew that the person in front of him was someone from the Nine Nether Realm and could lead the way for his young master. So he did not kill him. Feeling the howling wind, Zhuowen's face darkened. With a flip of his right hand, he took out the ordinary-looking tile and injected his saint force into it. A terrifying golden shadow that could support the heavens shot out from the tile and grabbed the incoming hand, crushing it into pieces. What is this? The martial warrior who attacked was shocked. With a muffled groan, he was sent flying backwards and only managed to stop himself when he was nearly 1,000 meters away. Heaven-defying Saint Treasure, who are you? The young master of the Icefire family kept retreating. Then he narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at Zhuowen. I don't want to be your enemy. You go your way, and I'll go mine. Let's mind our own business, Zhuowen said coldly with the tile in his hand. It's impossible for a mere eastern land to have a heaven-defying Saint Treasure, unless you're from the Central Land. But you say you're from the Nine Nether Realm. Could it be that you're that Zhuowen who caused a huge commotion in the southern barbarian Burning Sky City? The young master of the Icefire family narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at Zhuowen as he analyzed. He had specially inquired about Zhuowen and knew that this unknown guy had many treasures on him. I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. I'm not some Zhuowen. If there's nothing else, I won't accompany you. As Zhuowen spoke, he immediately used the Void Law. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. You're not the only one with a heaven-defying Saint Treasure. The young master of the Icefire family sneered. With a flick of his finger, he took out a short blade. The short blade shot out like a meteor, tearing through the void. With a fierce slash, the void thousands of meters away collapsed, and a figure flew out from the void in a rather sorry state. Heaven-defying Saint Treasure. Looking at the long blade that was slashing towards him, Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. With a thought, the power of the tile surged out, revealing a huge shadow. The illusory figure took a step forward and punched the long saber. Then, the aftershock of the two attacks spread out, and the surrounding space collapsed inch by inch, forming countless invisible fragments. From afar, it looked like a huge chasm that stretched across the sky. It was extremely spectacular. The long blade and the tile were evenly matched. After all, both of them were heaven-defying Saint Treasures. However, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the light on the surface of the tile had dimmed a little. Heaven-defying Saint Treasures were not heaven-defying Saint weapons. As the number of times they were used increased, the Saint aura on the surface would gradually weaken and eventually become useless. Surround him. The young master of the Icefire family shouted coldly. Suddenly, the 10 saints beside him split into 10 directions and rushed towards Zhuowen, wanting to make him stay. Seeing the 10 saints joining forces, Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. He knew that if he was surrounded by these 10 people, it would be difficult for him to escape. Buddha kowtows 9 times to heaven. The first kowtow to heaven, the second kowtow to heaven, and the third kowtow to heaven. The first kowtow to the 10 forbidden lands of the devil, the first kowtow to the ghost land, the second kowtow to the death land, and the third kowtow to the swamp land. Zhuowen's right hand touched his glabella. Suddenly, 3 Buddha and 3 devil shadows appeared behind him. The Buddha shadow crushed down from the sky and kowtowed to the ground. An invisible pressure spread out from the surroundings. The devil shadow drilled into the ground, creating countless ghosts and monsters. The swamp land was filled with deathly stillness. There were layers of devil shadows inside, and devil hands soared into the sky. The combination of the Buddha shadow and the devil shadow instantly stopped the 10 saints sent by the young master of the Icefire family. They couldn't rush over immediately. However, these 10 saints were sky saints after all. It was only a matter of time before they broke through the Buddha shadow and the devil shadow. At that time, not only would Zhuowen have to face the attack of a heaven-defying saint weapon, but he would also be besieged by 10 sky saints. If the other party didn't have a heaven-defying saint weapon, Zhuowen wouldn't be afraid. Unfortunately, the young master of the Icefire family had a heaven-defying saint weapon, so Zhuowen's tile was useless. Chapter 1582. Waiting for rabbits. Let's go. Zhuowen didn't want to be entangled with the young master of the Ice Fire family. After blocking the long blade with the tile, Zhuowen rushed in a certain direction. Want to leave? It's not that easy. The young master of the Ice Fire family sneered and urged the short blade to force Zhuowen. Zhuowen was about to succeed in escaping, but he was forced back, making Zhuowen gnash his teeth in anger. I can't go on like this. The 10 Sky Saint stage saints will break free soon. Moreover, I don't know when Elder Fong, whose cultivation has reached the heaven-defying saint stage, will return. I can't be delayed here. Zhuowen gritted his teeth and summoned a figure from the Azure Dragon Hall. This figure was none other than Xinghua, who he had just subdued. Master, Xinghua cupped his hands respectfully. Use this heaven-defying saint artifact for the time being. Help me block this troublesome long blade. Zhuowen threw the spirit-devouring lava river to Xinghua and said urgently. Xinghua caught the spirit-devouring lava river and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Zhuowen would give him such a precious treasure. However, when he saw the long blade colliding with the shadow created by the tile, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this the young master's heaven-defying saint artifact, Long River Blade? Did you meet the young master? Cut the crap. If you don't want to die, help me block this Long River Blade." Zhuowen said coldly. Xinghua's face froze when he saw Zhuowen's appearance. Naturally, he didn't dare to disobey Zhuowen's order. He took the spirit-devouring lava river and refined it simply. Then, he urged the spirit-devouring lava river to attack the Long River Blade. Boom! The endless lava spread high up in the sky, forming an earth-shattering dragon. When the dragon opened its mouth, it looked as if it could swallow everything. There was no doubt that the power of the spirit-swallowing magma river that was activated by Xing Hui was much stronger than Zhuowen's. After all, his cultivation was much higher than Zhuowen's. Naturally, he could unleash most of the power of the spirit-swallowing magma river. The spirit-swallowing lava river and the heaven-defying Saint Treasure's tile combined to suppress Long River Blade, forcing it to retreat. This is a good opportunity. Let's go. The moment Long River Blade retreated, Zhuowen took advantage of a gap and immediately escaped into the void with Xinghua. At the same time, he unfurled his purple lightning wings. With the void law and the purple lightning wings, Zhuowen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Clang! The young master of the Ice Fire clan waved his right hand and held Long River Blade in his hand. His expression was ugly as he said in a deep voice, "That was Xing Hui, right?" At this moment, the 10 Sky Saint stage saints had also broken free from the Buddha and demonic shadows and came to the young master of the Ice Fire clan. One of them said carefully, "Young master is right." That was indeed Xing Hui, but Xinghua, this fellow, I'm afraid that he has already handed over his life essence blood to this Zhuowen, right? How dare he help Zhuowen? If I catch him in the future, I'll make them suffer a fate worse than death, the young master of the Ice Fire clan said coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Young master, you're out so soon? Did you find anything in the divine specter realm? Seeing the young master of the Ice Fire clan and the others, Elder Fong asked in surprise. The young master of the Ice Fire clan said with a gloomy face, "We haven't entered yet. Elder Fong, you didn't find Ryuka in the Dragon Spectre realm, right?" "How do you know, young master?" Elder Fong asked in surprise. "Because the young man we met just now is the Zhuowen we're looking for. I'm afraid the Ryuka has already been moved away by him." The young master of the Ice Fire clan began to narrate what had happened just now. Elder Fong was also shocked. At the same time, he said regretfully, "If this old man was here just now, how could Zhuowen have escaped?" However, even though it was a pity, Zhuowen had already escaped. There was no way they could pursue the matter any further. However, they would not give up just like that. After all, Zhuowen had killed many members of their Ice Fire clan. If they did not capture him, they would not let this matter rest. With that Zhuowen's talent, he will definitely go to the Central Plains in the future. When we return to the clan, we'll send people to pay attention to his whereabouts. With the power of our Ice Fire clan, I don't believe we won't be able to find out anything about him. The young master of the Ice Fire clan said coldly, "Young master, shouldn't we enter the Divine Spectre realm to take a look? If the Divine Spectre realm really has the Holy Ice Fire talisman, then you'll have done a great deed for the clan. In the future, you'll be able to become the clan head," Elder Fong said warmly. Let's go in and take a look." The young master of the Ice Fire clan was full of joy. He was also somewhat anxious. After all, on the way to the Eastern lands, it wasn't like he hadn't heard about the Excellent Gods Institute. Most of the rumors said that the Ice Fire Dual Polarity Hall in the Excellent Gods Institute contained the Holy Ice Fire Talisman. Above the ruins of the Excellent Gods Institute, a group of people from the Ice Fire clan floated in the air, quietly looking at the desolate area. The young master of the Ice Fire clan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He looked down at the desolate area and said in a deep voice, "Excellent Gods Institute, what about the Ice Fire Dual Polarity Hall?" "Young master, I've asked a few warriors living in the Divine Spectre realm. They said that Zhuowen had come to the Excellent Gods Institute before and moved the people there away. The Ice Fire Dual Polarity Hall seemed to have been taken away as well." Elder Fong said helplessly, "It's that Zhuowen again. In other words, the Holy Ice Fire Talisman is most likely in the hands of that little bastard." The young master of the Ice Fire clan suddenly swung his hand, and a terrifying saint energy burst out. The surrounding space collapsed, and countless storms of dust swept out. At this moment, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Why was everything related to that Zhuowen? He didn't expect that in this trip to the Eastern lands and Southern barbarians, he would end up in the hands of that damned Zhuowen. It was too infuriating. "Young master, looking for that Zhuowen in the 4 great domains is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I'm afraid that Zhuowen won't be easy to find." Elder Fong smiled bitterly. Let's return to the Middle Lands first. The Blood-Refining Mansion, Darkness Mansion, and Golden Sun Mansion are in charge of the teleportation arrays there. That Zhuowen will definitely come to the Middle Lands. Since he's coming to the Middle Lands, he'll definitely use the teleportation arrays to enter the teleportation arrays of the 3 mansions. The young master of the Ice Fire clan said. Elder Fong was startled and immediately said, "Young master, are you planning to wait for him to come?" "This is the only way now. I can't stay in the 4 great domains for too long. After returning, we'll send more people to the 3 mansions. If that Zhuowen really comes to the Middle Lands, don't make a fuss. Report to me first," the young master of the Ice Fire clan said. "Young master is right." Elder Fong bowed from afar. Zhuowen traveled through the void for 3 days and 3 nights before finally emerging from the void. This place was a barren desert. There were few signs of human habitation, and the wind blew sand and stones. "Master, this is your heaven-defying saint weapon." Xinghua, who was beside him, respectfully handed the spirit-swallowing lava river to Zhuowen and immediately stood to the side. "Let's enter the Azure Dragon Hall first." Zhuowen took out the Azure Dragon token and teleported Xinghua and himself into the Azure Dragon Hall. Under Zhuowen's control, The azure dragon hall turned into the size of a speck of dust and blended into the boundless desert, becoming inconspicuous. On the azure dragon square, there were many people gathered. Among them, Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, Lu Hantian, and the others who were close to Zhuowen were all standing in the square. Zhuowen, when Zhuowen came in, Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao immediately went up to welcome him, while Lu Hantian and the others followed behind. "Father, Mother, where's Qin Shui?" Zhuowen asked with a trembling voice. Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao looked at each other. Feng Xiao sighed and said, "Come with me. That girl Qin Shui is still in the second heaven and earth. Moreover, her memory is beginning to degenerate. There are some people that she can't remember." Hearing this, Zhuowen's heart trembled, and his footsteps were a little shaky. However, he quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, "Take me to see her." With that, Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian led the way and entered the second heaven and earth. This was an extremely secluded pavilion. In the courtyard in front of the pavilion, there were all kinds of flowers: peonies, lilies, roses, phoenix suns, and other kinds of flowers. Standing in the courtyard, it was as if one was in the middle of 100 flowers. The fragrance of the flowers assailed one's nose and refreshed one's heart. In the midst of the hundreds of flowers, a graceful woman was dancing lightly. The flowers that filled the sky swayed along with her waist and gathered around her body. The woman's bell-like laughter was like the most beautiful music in the world. Seeing the beautiful figure dancing in the middle of the 100 flowers, in that instant, Zhuowen's heart was filled with a complex emotion that even he could not describe. In the depths of this emotion, Zhuowen felt a faint pain in his heart. The woman in front of him was very beautiful. Her graceful dancing figure was like an unrestrained butterfly dancing in the middle of the flowers. Accompanied by this graceful dance, accompanied by the petals that fluttered like flowing water, a soft and pleasant sound of a guzheng quietly brushed past his ears. Quietly listening to the sound of the guzheng, quietly listening to the woman's giggles, silently admiring the woman's graceful dance, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. He slowly walked into the middle of the 100 flowers. The hostility in his body had long been restrained. At this moment, he seemed to have blended into this beautiful scenery. Feng Xiao, Long Xiaotian, and the people behind them did not make a sound. They all held their breaths as they watched this scene. They did not dare to make too much noise to disturb this beautiful scene. The sound of feet stepping on flower petals rang out, finally attracting the attention of the dancing woman. The woman twisted her graceful waist and turned around. That beautiful smile was facing Zhuowen. That pair of clear and beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen's brows. Zhuowen also looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. He slowly walked to the front of the woman. "Who are you? You are so familiar." The woman's bright eyes stared at the man in front of her as she softly muttered. Zhuowen's body stiffened. The emotion in the deepest part of his heart was completely touched at this moment. In this emotion, there was a heart-wrenching pain. "It doesn't matter if you don't know me. From now on, we know each other. My name is Zhuowen. Please remember this name well." Chapter 1583. Holding your hand, I'll accompany you for 1,000 lives. Are you crying? Because I'm too excited. Why are you so excited? Because I finally brought you back and saw you. Why are you so excited to see me? Because I love you. Amidst the flowers, Zhuowen gently hugged Mu Qinshui. The two of them asked and answered as if the two closest lovers were whispering to each other. However, the words that were spoken caused Feng Xiao and the others, who were watching from outside the courtyard, to feel a lump in their throat as tears flowed down their cheeks. I remember your name. I know the name Zhuowen, but I can't remember what Zhuowen looks like. What's wrong with me? Mu Qinxue slowly separated from Zhuowen. She stared at the young man in front of her and discovered that the young man in front of her was crying, as if he was crying like a helpless child. Even in the midst of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, in the midst of endless slaughter, there would still not be much emotion in his eyes. But now they were filled with tears. At this moment, Zhuowen was no longer the cold martial artist who constantly climbed to the peak and treated human life like dirt. Instead, he was a heartbroken person who was constantly crying because his lover had forgotten him. Don't cry. Tell me a story. I remember that there's a guy called Zhuowen. He used to tell me a story. Do you know how to tell a story? Mu Qinxue gently wiped away the tears on Zhuowen's cheeks and giggled. Zhuowen immediately turned his tears into laughter. With his arms around Mu Qinxue, he slowly sat in the middle of the flowers and said softly, Shanghai Pass's commander Wu Sangui was furious because Chun Yuanyuan was taken away by Lu Zongmin. He refused to surrender to Li Zicheng and led the Qing troops into the pass. Zhuowen began to tell the story of Wu Sangui and Li Zicheng. From the beginning to the end, Zhuowen spoke very carefully and seriously. His expression was very focused, and his voice was very soft. Mu Qinxue gently leaned on Zhuowen's chest and quietly listened to Zhuowen's narration. This scene made the people outside the courtyard sigh softly. Without a doubt, this was definitely a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Moyen Wushang, who was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the flowers, slowly put away his zither. His beautiful eyes looked at the two quiet people in the flowers, sighed softly, and left the courtyard. Zhuowen, Wushang taught me a song. I like it. I Wushang. I'll sing it for you. Do you want to hear it? Mu Qinxue looked at Zhuowen. Wushang. Zhuowen kissed Mu Qinxue's forehead and smiled. All right, let me hear it. Hee. Mu Qinxue giggled. Unknowingly, she had taken out a zither from her spirit ring. When did you learn how to play the zither? Zhuowen couldn't help but laugh. Mu Qinxue gently stroked the zither and faintly said, Zhuowen, maybe I really don't remember you, but I know you. Ever since I woke up from my coma, Wushang has been telling me your story and the story between us. I listened to Wushang's story and listened to Wushang's music. I could feel your feelings. I thought that I should do something for you. So I learned the zither from Wushang and practiced my favorite song. Because I only want to play this song for you. I only hope that every time I play this song, there will still be a place in my heart that belongs to you. There will still be a memory that belongs to you. At this point, Mu Qinxue smiled. Her smile was very bright. After that smile, she gently plucked the zither strings. Her slender fingers were like flowing water as they streaked across the zither strings. Who holds my hand and restrains my madness for half my life? Who kisses my eyes and covers my wandering for half my life? Who caresses my face and comforts my sorrow for half my life? Who holds my heart and melts the frost for half my life? Who holds my shoulder and drives me to silence for the rest of my life? Who calls my heart and covers my desolation for the rest of my life? Who abandons me and leaves me alone for the rest of my life? Who can understand my intentions and make me have no regrets in this life? Who can help me move unhindered for 10,000 years? Who can pour my heart into my heart? Who can bury my sorrow and laugh at the vanity of the world? Cover my lips and dispel my wandering for the rest of my life. Hold my arms and dispel my frivolity for the rest of my life. Hold your hand and accompany you in your madness for 1,000 years. Kiss your eyes and accompany you for 10,000 reincarnations. The melody was leisurely, like the flowing water of high mountains, the empty springs of deep valleys, the mountain streams, and the bright moon hanging high in the sky, accompanied by the beautiful melody, Mu Qinshue's clear and melodious voice, like an aureole, was slowly released. Her voice rose and fell, and it was soul-stirring. The echoes of the empty valley were endless. Hold your hand and accompany you in your madness for 1,000 years. Kiss your eyes and accompany you for 10,000 reincarnations. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice, looking at the woman who was focused on playing the zither. Zhuowen's smile became deeper and deeper. However, the sorrow in his eyes became deeper and deeper. When the song slowly fell, Zhuowen walked behind Mu Qinshuo and slowly hugged her. With a soft snoring sound, Zhuowen realized that the beauty in front of him had already fallen into a deep sleep. Zhuowen gently hugged the beauty and entered the room. He gently placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket, silently watching the beauty's appearance. "Chun Shui, I will definitely cure you. You can be assured, I swear," Zhuowen softly muttered. Soon after, he kissed her smooth and spotlessly white forehead before resolutely leaving the house. Only what Zhuowen did not see was that after he turned and left, the beauty lying on the bed slightly moved her eyelids. Walking out of the yard, Zhuowen looked at Feng Xiao and said, "Mother, where is Chen Shui's memory bead?" Feng Xiao carefully took out a bead from her chest and handed it to Zhuowen as she said, "Zhuowen, Chen Shui's memory bead has been shattered too much. Although I have tried my best to slow it down, it is of no use." Zhuowen carefully took the memory bead. At this moment, the surface of the memory bead was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. When the memory bead completely shatters, it will affect Chen Shui's soul. At that time, Chen Shui's soul will begin to collapse, and there won't be much time left for Chen Shui. Feng Xiao said with a sigh, "Then what should I do?" Zhuowen slowly clenched his fists as he looked at Feng Xiao in a sad voice. "There are only two ways. One is to find a way to stop Chen Shui's soul from collapsing, and the other is to find a saint master to solve Chen Shui's current situation." Feng Xiao said this and gave a soft sigh. Without a doubt, these two methods were very difficult. Once it was something that touched the soul, it would be very hard to obtain, or even rare. It would be hard to find something like this in the 4 large regions. As for a Saint Master level Arcana Master, there was no need to think about it in the 4 large regions. It was impossible for them to exist. Moreover, this memory bead won't last for long. At most in 2 months, this memory bead will completely shatter. Feng Xiao said with a sigh, "Only 2 months." Zhuowen slightly knit his brows. 2 months was just too short for him. Even if he went to the Central Earth, it would take more than 2 months. Moreover, he might not even be able to find a Saint Master in the Central Earth. 2 months is too short. Is there no other way to slow it down? Zhuowen said in an urgent voice, "There is another way. I remember that the Snow Palace has a profound crystal ice soul that has the ability to freeze souls. If you can obtain this profound crystal ice soul, you can use this profound crystal ice soul to freeze Chen Shui's soul. Perhaps this method can help Chen Shui completely suppress her collapsing soul." Feng Xiao said in a deep voice. "Snow Palace? Profound crystal ice soul?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. If the profound crystal ice soul was useful, it could really slow down Chen Shui's collapsing soul. "Let's go to the Snow Palace." Zhuowen took a deep breath. After discussing with Feng Xiao and the others, he waved his sleeve and left the Azure Dragon Palace. With the divine wings of wind and thunder and the laws of the void, if I fly day and night, I should be able to cross the Eastern Earth and enter the North Pole in a month. Standing on the endless yellow sand, Zhuowen looked to the north and muttered in a low voice, "Kid, are you seeking death?" flying day and night. Even if it's you, you can't handle it, right? Kid, do you want to die? You can use your flying mount. Xiao He appeared and warned him. Although the flying mount I have is not bad, it can't compare to my divine wings of wind and thunder and the laws of the void. I need to reach the North Pole as soon as possible. Zhuan shook his head. A pair of 10-foot-long purple thunder wings suddenly appeared on his back. At the same time, the laws of the void were attached to his thunder wings. Hung long. Thunder rumbled as Zhuan entered the void. Like a bolt of lightning, he moved through the void tunnel at an extremely fast speed. This kid is crazy. In his knowledge sea, Xiao He helplessly looked at the youth moving through the void tunnel. I say, Xiao He, keep an eye on this kid, Zhuan. The void tunnel is not a good place. This kid wants to move forward continuously, so you have to keep an eye on him. Cheng Huang leisurely laid on the back of the divine turtle and calmly said, Damn, you old fox. You sit with your legs crossed all day, doing nothing. What right do you have to order this dragon master around? What kind of dog are you? Seeing Cheng Huang like this, Xiao He immediately said in a bad mood, Hey, please don't confuse me with a dog. That dog is your brother. Don't you think it's an insult to me by calling me your brother? Cheng Huang shook its tail slightly and said with some disdain, Awoo, scoundrel old fox, this old master will definitely bite you to death and pluck out all the hair on your body. Chapter 1584. A ghastly sight, white snow fluttered in the sky. This region was enveloped by ice and snow all year round. It was cold and lonely. This was the North Pole of the four regions. A crack appeared in the space at the peak of a snowy mountain that pierced through the clouds. A figure slowly descended on the peak of the snowy mountain. After a month, I've finally reached the North Pole. As soon as this figure landed on the peak of the snowy mountain, his footsteps staggered, and he actually directly fell to the ground, panting. The pair of lightning wings on his back was extremely dim, like a candle in the wind that would be extinguished at any time. Xiao He hovered in front of the figure. Her small eyes stared at the latter with a complicated expression. She sighed. You really are desperate. You've been traveling day and night for a month. You're really lucky to be able to persevere. If it weren't for the support of immortal pills, you would have died of exhaustion long ago. Continuously using the 6 wings of wind and lightning and the laws of the void without any rest was an overload for any cultivator. It was very difficult to endure. However, Zhuan had managed to endure for a month. Of course, during this period, Zhuan had consumed quite a few immortal pills to barely endure. Otherwise, it was very likely that Zhuan would have suddenly died on the way. There's still a month. I think you should rest well for a day or two before setting off. Xiao He felt her heart ache when she saw Zhuan's appearance. At this moment, Zhuan could also sense that he had reached his limit. If he continued traveling in this state, he really would not be able to endure it. It just so happens that I'm resting for 2 days. I'll send someone to find out the location of the Snow Palace. Zhuan had a tired expression. He brought Xiao He back to the Azure Dragon Hall. Zhuan, you don't look too good. Are you all right? Zhuan encountered Lu Hantian's group after entering the Azure Dragon Hall. Lu Hantian asked in concern. Zhuan waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Where is Chun Shui? Zhuan, come with me. Chun Shui has been talking about you during this time, and in order to not let her forget you, I've already brought her out of the second layer of the world. I've built a pavilion in the Azure Dragon Square. That way she won't be affected by the flow of time in the second layer of the world. Feng Xiao came in front of Zhuan, pulled Zhuan, and took him to a pavilion in the southeast corner of the Azure Dragon Square. After a month, there are even more cracks on the surface of the memory bead, and Chen Shui forgets things even faster. Even if I try to talk to her about things she's familiar with, she completely forgets them not long after. Feng Xiao took out the memory bead. At this moment, there was almost no intact part on the surface of the memory bead. The cracks were densely packed, and it looked extremely horrifying. Chen Shui forgot everything? Looking at the memory bead, Zhuowen revealed a look of sadness. No, she didn't forget the name Zhuowen. She still remembers it very clearly. She knows that Zhuowen is very important to her. She didn't forget the song she played for you a month ago. She knows that this song was played for you alone. Speaking of this, Feng Xiao was moved as she continued. Although her memories will gradually disappear with the memory bead, in her heart, there will always be a place for you, the most important place. Zhuowen felt his head explode. His nose was a little sour, and his eyes were a little dry. The softest place in the deepest part of his heart seemed to have been touched. I'll go in and see her. Oh, that's right, Mother. Now that I've come to the North Pole, you can arrange for your subordinates to search for the location of the Snow Palace. After Zhuowen finished speaking, he stepped into the courtyard. This pavilion was very quiet. In this secluded atmosphere, there was a faint elegance to it. It was like a lotus flower in a lotus pond, blooming its most beautiful petals. No one was there to see it, but it still proudly bloomed. In the courtyard, there were fake mountains, small bridges, flowing water, birds singing, green grass, and hundreds of flowers in full bloom. In the middle of the fake mountains, small bridges, flowers, and green grass, there was a white jade pavilion. In the center of the pavilion, there was a white jade table and a stone bench. An extraordinary figure was quietly sitting on the stone bench. Her jade-like hands were placed on the table, and there was an ancient zither placed on top of it. This figure seemed to be thinking with her head lowered, as if she was recalling something. Perhaps it was because she couldn't remember anything, but her brows slightly knit together, and her nose wrinkled a little. Ding, ding, ding. Light footsteps attracted the figure's attention. She slightly raised her head and stared at Zhuowen walking over. Her beautiful eyes revealed a look of doubt as she asked, Who are you? You. Zhuowen's figure stiffened, but his expression was calm. He came to the pavilion and sat in front of Mu Qinxue. He smiled and said, My name is Zhuowen. You still remember me? I seem to know the name Zhuowen. Mu Qinxue suddenly sat up straight. She pulled up her sleeves and stretched out her flawless white arm. There were 2 lines of words engraved on her arm. These words were incomparably bright red, as if they were carved on her skin with some kind of sharp weapon. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He grabbed Mu Qinshue's arm and stared at the 2 lines of words on her arm. The contents of these 2 lines of words were very simple, but Zhuowen felt as if his eyes were about to split open. The softest part, in the deepest part of his heart, felt as if it had been ruthlessly stirred. Zhuowen could no longer control his extremely sour nose. Tears began to flow down uncontrollably like a heavy downpour. They streaked across Zhuowen's cheeks and hung on his chin like a waterfall. It looked extremely sad and beautiful. Zhuowen is the most important person. Don't forget. When I see Zhuowen, I must play the song that I'm best at for him. It's also the only song that I know. The contents of these 2 lines of words were very simple. There was no unforgettable oath, no promise that would last until the end of time, and no grand words that would last forever. There were only 2 lines of very simple words. She didn't want to forget an important person and wanted to play the only song that she knew for the important person. These 2 lines, how could Zhuowen not imagine the scene of Mu Qinxue carving these 2 lines of words? Perhaps it was because she was afraid that she would forget. So because of the anxiety in her heart, she slowly carved these 2 lines of words on her flawless arm. By carving these 2 lines of words, she had achieved her goal. She knew that even if she would forget many things, as long as the 2 lines of words on her arm did not disappear, she would never forget the name Zhuowen. She would always leave the most important position in her heart for this man named Zhuowen. Chen Shui, why are you doing this? Why are you not afraid of hurting yourself to remember the name Zhuowen? Zhuowen gently stroked the 2 lines of words on Mu Qinshue's arm. The blood had already turned a bit dark red because of the passage of time. Seeing these 2 lines of shocking words, Zhuowen felt an unbearable pain in his heart. Actually, every morning when I wake up, I will notice these 2 lines of words in my hand. I know that I have always been waiting for a man named Zhuowen. He is a very important person to me, a person that I do not want to forget. Although I am normally very forgetful, I do not want to forget this name. I know that if I really choose to forget this name, I will regret it and I will be annoyed, as if I have lost everything. After saying this, Mu Qinshue's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. She stared at Zhuowen and said, "You are Zhuowen, right? You are the Zhuowen that I have always been waiting for, right? I have already been sitting in the courtyard waiting for 20 days. Every day when people came in, I would ask them if they were Zhuowen, but they would all say no. I know that the person I have been waiting for has not appeared yet, so I have always been thinking about why the person I have been waiting for has not appeared in front of me after all this time." Zhuowen gently took Mu Qinshui into his embrace and said with a bit of guilt, "Qinshui, I'm sorry. I have neglected you during this time. I was too selfish, not being by your side." "It's fine. Auntie Xiao said it before. The reason why you weren't by my side before was because you were trying to find a way to cure me. You wanted to cure my amnesia." Mu Qinshui gently hugged Zhuowen, and this was the first time her eyes revealed a trace of sadness. She said in a soft voice, "I know that I don't have much time left, so can you stay with me during this final period of time? I don't want to forget you." Zhuowen's heart was finally moved. He tightly hugged Mu Qinshui and firmly said, "Qinshui, nothing will happen to you. I will cure you. Whether it's cured or not, this is not the most important thing to me. I just want you to stay by my side, and we can happily live together for a while, all right? I know that I am forgetful, but I will try my best to remember every action and every word you say. Can you stay with me?" Mu Qinshui weakly leaned against Zhuowen's shoulder. Crystal-like tears flowed down her face like pearls, and her voice was choked with emotions. Perhaps even Mu Qinshui did not know why she was this emotional and couldn't control herself. "Qinshui, I'm sorry. I have spent too little time with you. I will stay with you from now on and will not be separated from you." Zhuowen hugged Mu Qinshui's waist, and his lips curled into a bitter smile. That's right. He had always ignored Mu Qinshui's feelings. Perhaps Mu Qinshui had already realized her condition, but she was not sad about it. However, because he was not by her side, she was crying like a child. Zhuowen knew that he had made a fatal mistake. He knew that Mu Qinshui's request was very simple, as long as he stayed by her side and gave her the most beautiful memories. That was what she wanted the most. "I will always be with you." Zhuowen gently stroked Mu Qinshui's back. His eyelids drooped, and a deep weariness filled his heart, making his eyelids even heavier. Chapter 1585. Storming the Snow Palace ruin slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He had used the 6 wings of wind and lightning and the laws of the void non-stop for an entire month. Even if Zhuowen's body was made of steel, it would still be difficult for him to endure. During these 3 days, Mu Qinshui had been by Zhuowen's side the entire time. She had placed Zhuowen on her lap as she gently fiddled with his messy hair. Her gaze was gentle, Although her memories were deteriorating day by day, she knew that she had not forgotten the man before her. Not only did the man before her exist in her memories, he also existed in her heart. He had an unshakable position in her heart. Her memories might disappear, but she had always kept that position in her heart for him. If there really comes a day when I will completely forget about you, please believe that there will always be an important position in my heart reserved for you. That is the only position that belongs to you. No one can replace it. Mu Chen Shui gently stroked Zhua Wen's hair as a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. However, she grabbed Mu Chen Shui's lily-white hand with one hand. Mu Chen Shui was startled. Soon after, her beautiful eyes shifted downwards. At this moment, the man who should have been sleeping soundly before her had already opened his eyes. His clear eyes were filled with attachment, dominance, stubbornness, and tenacity. That important position in your heart is mine. Your memories can only be filled with my image. I will help you settle everything. I will also help you cure your illness. As long as you listen to me, I, Zhuowen, will help you no matter what. With that, Zhuowen suddenly flipped over and pulled Mu Qinshui into his embrace. Their eyes met. He stared at the woman before him for a very long time before he said domineeringly, "You are my woman, so I am your mountain. I will support everything for you. All you need to do is lie in my embrace. I will take care of everything." After saying that, Zhuowen did not wait for Mu Qinshui to reply. He kissed her fiercely. This kiss was very domineering and also very attached. Days passed, and during this time, Zhuowen had sent out many Ryuka martial artists to scout the North Pole. They had also found out the exact location of the Snow Palace. On the other hand, Mu Qinshui's condition was getting worse by the day. Her memory was starting to become fragmented. She would immediately forget what she had just said. Although Zhuowen didn't say anything, Mu Qinshui could feel that something was wrong with her. Her eyes were getting dimmer and dimmer, and the light in her eyes was fading away. "Zhuowen, I can feel that I only have half a month left. Maybe after half a month, my soul will collapse. You don't have to hide it from me. I can feel the state of my soul." Mu Qinshui's beautiful eyes stared at the man in front of her. At this moment, she realized that the man in front of her was getting further and further away from her. She didn't like this feeling, but it was very real. Zhuowen kissed Mu Qinshui's forehead gently and said softly, "My woman, I've said it before. I am your mountain. I will support you. Don't you still have half a month? I have already found a way to stop your soul from collapsing. Are you leaving? Are you leaving? Are you abandoning me?" Mu Qinshui suddenly choked with sobs. Her jade-like hand grabbed Zhua Wen's arm as she stared at him with her tear-stained eyes. At this moment, Zhuowen could see the deep helplessness in Mu Qinshui's eyes. It was a sad loneliness, as well as a kind of fear of losing something important. At this moment, Zhuowen could see many emotions in Mu Qinshui's eyes. His heart was filled with pain, and this pain spread throughout his body, making him want to roar out. But he didn't. He suppressed the emotions in his heart. He knew that Mu Qinshui didn't have much time left. The profound crystallized soul that Feng Xiao mentioned, he had to obtain it as soon as possible. "Qinshui, I have to leave for a bit, but I swear I will be back soon." After Zhuowen said this, he left the courtyard under Mu Qinshui's unwilling gaze. "Zhuowen, we've found the location of the Snow Palace. What should we do next?" Walking out of the Azure Dragon Square, Long Xiaotian, Lu Hantian, and the others all came forward to ask Zhuowen, "I don't have much time. Let's directly attack the Snow Palace." Zhuowen said in a soft voice, "Attack the Snow Palace." Everyone was stunned, but they didn't have any objections. The current Ryuka had already developed to a very strong degree. They had overturned the Blue Dragon Hall and the Burning Heaven sect. Although the Snow Palace was very strong, it was only on the same level as the Burning Heaven sect. Moreover, the Snow Palace's palace master, Yuan Jibai, was like a stray dog running away from Burning Heaven City. If Yuan Jibai didn't act smart this time, Zhuowen wouldn't mind directly destroying the Snow Palace. The North Pole was covered in snow all year round, scattering in all directions like goose feathers. The Snow Palace was located in the Snow Mountain Range, which was the coldest and highest mountain range in the North Pole. This mountain range had countless branches, and on the branches there were many other forces. They were densely packed and looked very magnificent. The main branch of the Snow Mountain Range was the location of the Snow Palace, and it was respected by the other forces of the Snow Mountain Range. At the foot of the Snow Mountain Range, a tall figure walked over step by step. He walked step by step towards the main branch of the Snow Mountain Range, where the Snow Palace was located. His footsteps were very firm and determined. Who is this person? How dare he trespass into the Snow Mountain Range? Is he looking for death? Look at his clothes. He's definitely not from the Snow Palace. Moreover, he's heading towards the Snow Palace. Is he planning to break into the Snow Palace? This figure, who was climbing up the Snow Mountain Range, quickly attracted the attention of countless forces of the surrounding branches. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into the Snow Mountain Range? A loud shout was heard, and a muscular man, wearing an ice crystal armor, blocked the path ahead with a dozen or so subordinates with terrifying auras. It's the Snow Armor Palace. The Snow Armor Palace is the most powerful of the four forces of the Snow Palace. Now that this unknown person is walking towards the Snow Palace, the Snow Armor Palace is planning to take action. The Snow Armor Palace's palace master, Shuehong, is also here. His strength has reached the peak of the profound Saint Realm. His strength is not to be underestimated. Many factions from the surrounding branch factions were paying attention to this side. There were even many factions who cast pitiful gazes at the lone figure. The Snow Armor Palace was the most powerful of the four forces of the Snow Palace. If the Snow Palace did not take action, the Snow Armor Palace could dominate the entire Snow Mountain Range. Brother Shuehong, you're quite fast, aren't you? This person is just one person. There's no need for Brother Shuehong to take action, right? A somewhat feminine voice was heard, and a white-clothed man with an extremely slender waist, like a water snake, landed not far from the people of the Snow Armor Palace with several people. Although this person was a man, his words and actions were like a woman's. They were pretentious and made people feel nauseous. It's the palace master of the Soft Snow Palace, Yin-Ro Shui. Let's all hide. Don't let him take a fancy to us. Seeing the pretentious man, many of the warriors of the surrounding branches hid far away as if they were avoiding the plague. They did not dare to get close to Yin-Ro Shui. It was not that Yin-Ro Shui's strength was terrifying and made people avoid her. Instead, Yin-Ro Shui had a strange habit that made people feel extremely disgusted. Yin-Ro Shui liked men and would often dress herself up beautifully. She was a typical sissy. The corner of Shuehong's eyes twitched. He also kept a certain distance from Yin-Ro Shui. He could not stand Yin-Ro Shui's sissy behavior. Who are you? You don't seem to be a disciple of any of the branches of the Snow Mountain Range. If you don't want to get hurt, hurry up and get lost, Shuehong said as he coldly stared at the young man in front of him. Ayo, Shuehong, why are you so fierce? You scared me so much that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Yin-Ro Shui snorted and stomped his foot. That pretentious posture made Shuehong's face turn incomparably ashen. This little brother looks quite handsome. I wonder what's your name? Why don't you come to Soft Snow Hall as a guest? I will properly entertain you, Een Ro Shue said as he looked at the young man in front of him with a grin. Seeing Een Ro Shue's coquettish smile, Zhuowen's face turned slightly green. This Een Ro Shue was really a sissy. The sissy Zhuowen could not help but want to beat him up. You better not block my path. Those who block me will die. If you don't want to die, then get lost. Zhuowen coldly spat out these words. Immediately after, he continued to walk towards the main branch as if nothing had happened. He did not put Xue Hong and Een Ro Shue in his eyes at all. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings immediately fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly at the young man, who continued to walk forward. Many people were unable to wrap their heads around it. This kid was a little too arrogant. He actually told Xue Hong and Een Ro Shue to get lost or die. Ha! This little brother really has a personality. I like it. Een Ro Shue laughed loudly. However, within his long and narrow eyes, a terrifying light that could take one's soul burst forth. This was a sign of his anger. On the other hand, Xue Hong was much more direct. He directly expressed his anger on his face. His face was almost distorted and ferocious. His breathing was heavy, just like a ferocious beast. You are really courting death. Take this kid down. I want to see what qualifications he has to speak so arrogantly. Under Xue Hong's command, the dozen or so subordinates behind him turned into a dozen or so figures and instantly rushed towards Zhuowen. However, these dozen or so figures did not get close to Zhuowen. They were blocked by golden sword rays. The countless sword rays were extremely fast. They turned into countless sword shadows in front of their eyes. In an instant, the dozen or so figures that rushed towards Zhuowen were cut into countless pieces by the countless sword rays. They were killed in one strike. I've said it before. Those who block my path will die. After killing the dozen or so figures in a clean manner, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Xue Hong. With a thought, the Killer Force Sacred Sword Array swept out like a gust of wind, instantly enveloping Xue Hong. Break for me! Xue Hong roared out furiously and summoned his Saint Artifact. However, the moment he summoned his Saint Artifact, before he could even unleash the power of the Saint Artifact, a large hand shot over and snatched the Saint Artifact from his hand. Chapter 1586. Mysterious Crystal Ice Soul. What a fast speed. I didn't even see his figure. And Xue Hong was already defeated? Who is this person? He defeated Xue Hong in one move. Did he really come to the Ice Mountain Range to cause trouble? When Xue Hong's Saint Tool was taken away and blasted to the ground, many forces in the surrounding Ice Mountain Range had yet to react. When they finally reacted, it set off an uproar. Xue Hong was the palace master of the Snow Armor Hall, a peak profound sage. Apart from the Ice Palace, he was the strongest force in the Ice Mountain Range. Now, Xue Hong was so weak in front of this young man. Just who was this young man, and how could he be so strong? I heard that you want me to go to your soft snow hall as a guest. Is that true? Zhuowen unceremoniously put Xue Hong's Saint Tool into his bag, then glanced at Een Ro Shue on the other side, and grinned. Looking at the grinning face of this young man, Een Ro Shue's whole body trembled, and fear rose in her heart. Ha ha, little brother, you must be joking. Our soft snow hall is too small. Little brother shouldn't be interested in us. Een Ro Shue squeezed out a rather ugly smile. In that case, get out of my way. Don't block my way. Zhuowen lightly spat out these words. Een Ro Shue's whole body stiffened, and she could only nod and bow and move out of the way, smiling from time to time. It could be said that she had lost all face as the palace master of the soft snow hall. After Yin Roshua moved out of the way, Zhuowen walked towards the main mountain range unhurriedly. At the peak of the main mountain range was a huge building complex. That was the Ice Palace. Xuehong struggled to get up, looking at the departing figure. His face turned green and white. Xuehong, you've really suffered a double loss. Not only have you been slapped in the face, even your saint artifact has been snatched away by him, Yin Ro said sarcastically as she landed near Xuehong. Xuehong's face was gloomy, and he coldly said, "It's much better than someone like you who is to compromise." Moreover, this person dared to ignore the ice mountain range. The Ice Palace won't let him go. Yin Roshua's face turned serious. She nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "You are right. The Snow Palace is not like our four great palaces. This kid will suffer a little when the time comes. Let's go up and watch the show." Xuehong and Yin Ro were not the only ones to follow suit. Many of the factions in the vicinity of the Ice-Snow Mountain Range followed behind Zhuowen and headed towards the main branch's Ice-Snow Palace. Their goal was surprisingly the same. They wanted to see how the Snow Palace would punish the arrogant young man before them. Zhuowen slowly stepped onto the mountain gate of the main vein. As for the disciple who was guarding the gate, he was sent flying by Zhuowen with a single palm strike. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Snow Palace?" When Zhuowen sent the gatekeeping disciple flying with a single palm strike, all the disciples of the Snow Palace were alarmed. The disciples in the uniform of the Snow Palace all gathered at the entrance of the Snow Palace. They glared angrily at the young man who had barged in without any regard for the rules. "Tell your palace master, Yuan Jibai, to get the hell out here. Zhuowen, have something to say to her." Zhuowen did not pay any attention to the disciples who were glaring at him. Instead, he spoke calmly. As soon as he said that, the crowd was immediately enraged. There was even an uproar. "What an arrogant brat. Is our palace master's name something you can call her by? You actually dare to tell our palace master to get the hell out here? Who do you think you are? How dare you say something like that? You are simply courting death. This kid is far too arrogant. Let's go together and take him down." The disciples of the Snow Palace were all filled with righteous indignation, especially when Zhuowen asked Yuan Jibai to come out. It made many of them want to kill Zhuowen. Although Yuan Jibai was the high and mighty palace master, she was also a beauty of ice. She possessed a unique charm that was extremely attractive to the male disciples of the Snow Palace. It could be said that Yuan Jibai was very popular in the Snow Palace. Many of the inner disciples were secretly in love with Yuan Jibai. To a large portion of the male disciples of the Snow Palace, Yuan Jibai was a goddess that could not be blasphemed. Now, Zhuowen was so unscrupulous as to tell Yuan Jibai to get the hell out here. This immediately triggered the anger of many of the male disciples. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of disciples of the Snow Palace rushed out and attacked Zhuowen as if they had lost their minds. Uft, uft. However, Zhuowen stretched out his right hand. Instantly, the four-kill sacred sword formation that revolved around him shot out numerous extremely terrifying sword shadows. They were like a myriad of slithering snakes that covered the sky. The hundreds of disciples of the Snow Palace were instantly sliced into countless pieces. They couldn't be more dead. "Yuan Jibai, are you still not going to get the hell out here? Are you going to wait until I raise your entire Snow Palace to the ground before you are willing to come out?" Zhuowen did not care about the hundreds of disciples of the Snow Palace that had died in an instant. He continued to shout towards the depths of the Snow Palace. Of course, Zhuowen's arrogant words immediately caused many of the surrounding factions that had gathered to watch to mutter in their hearts. They all thought that Zhuowen was too impulsive and arrogant. However, such thoughts soon vanished into thin air. This was because a huge palace with countless dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky behind Zhuowen. It slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. The pressure that emanated from the hall seemed to have the power of 1,000 caddies. It pressed down on the martial artists, causing them to tremble. The martial artists who were below the level of sage could not withstand it and knelt on the ground. What is this great hall? Why does it have such a terrifying pressure? Many of the disciples of the Snow Palace retreated. Some of them even spat out a mouthful of blood because they could not bear it. Their faces paled and their legs trembled. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the Azure Dragon Palace appeared, figures shot out from the entrance one after another. To the despair of many of the Snow Palace's disciples, even the weakest of them was a half-saint. There were even some powerful saints among them. More than 100 experts descended upon the Snow Palace. The combined force of their forces was extremely powerful. What kind of organization is this? Why is it so terrifying? Xue Hong and Yin Roshue, who had originally come to watch Zhuowen make a fool of himself, saw the terrifying palace and the many cultivators around it. They were all at least half-saints. The two of them could even sense several extremely dangerous presences from the group of cultivators. Clearly, there were existences that were even more powerful than the two of them. What kind of organization was this? Without a doubt, the organization before them had even surpassed the Snow Palace. Since when had such an organization risen in the Arctic? Xue Hong and Yin Roshue smiled bitterly at each other when they thought up to there. They discovered that their previous thoughts were just too laughable. With the strength of the young man before them, he did not even fear the Snow Palace, let alone them. It was no wonder why he dared to speak so recklessly before. It was not because the young man was reckless, but because he did have the ability to be arrogant. You don't want to come out? All right, then don't blame me, Zhuowen, for starting a massacre in your Snow Palace today. Zhuowen said extremely coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the depths of the Snow Palace. 5 figures shot out from the huge palace forged from ice and snow. The leader of the 5 figures was the ice-cold palace master of the Snow Palace, Yuanji Bai. The 4 figures following behind Yuanji Bai were 4 old women wearing similar snow-white robes. The 4 old women in snow-white robes all possessed vast presences. They were not weak saints. They should be elders of the Snow Palace. The palace master has come out. Seeing Yuan Jibai step out of the Snow Palace, many of the Snow Palace's disciples outside let out a sigh of relief. Their hearts that were originally hanging in the air also completely relaxed. Zhuowen, why have you come to our Snow Palace? Bathing Lake and many of our elites have died in the burning heaven city. Don't tell me you still don't want to let our Snow Palace go? Yuan Jibai's pretty face was pale, but at the same time, it was filled with anger. She felt that Zhuowen had gone too far. The Snow Palace's losses were already severe enough. Did this Zhuowen come to the North Pole this time to add insult to injury? As soon as Yuan Jibai's words came out, many of the surrounding branch forces began to discuss. Previously, when Yuan Jibai went to the Burning Heaven sect to participate in the marriage alliance, the branch forces all knew about it. However, when Yuan Jibai returned, she was alone. The rest of the people were nowhere to be seen. Because of this, many of the branch forces had discussed it. Now, from what Yuan Jibai had said, other than Yuan Jibai, the rest of the people might have died. Moreover, those who died might have had something to do with the young man in front of them. Thinking of this, many of the surrounding branch forces showed extreme fear towards the young man standing in front of the main hall. I'm not here to settle accounts with you, but to ask for something from you, Zhuowen said indifferently. Yuan Jibai was slightly vigilant. What is it? Mysterious crystal ice soul. Your snow palace should have this item, Zhuowen said indifferently. Mysterious crystal ice soul? Impossible. This is the foundation of my snow palace. We can't give it to you. Yuan Jibai's face changed slightly as she quickly refused. Many of the surrounding branch forces also revealed a surprised expression. Regarding the mysterious crystal ice soul, they naturally knew about it. The mysterious crystal ice soul was the crystallization of the entire ice snow mountain range. It was related to the survival of the entire ice snow mountain range. It could be said that the ice snow mountain range had extremely rich yuan veins, and these yuan veins were supported by the mysterious crystal ice soul. The mysterious crystal ice soul could be said to be the heart of the ice snow mountain range. If the mysterious crystal ice soul was taken away, the yuan veins in the main and branch forces of the ice snow mountain range would be completely exhausted. Many forces established on top of the ice snow mountain range would also lose the most important yuan veins for their forces. Chapter 1587. Lowering his head, Palace Master, you can't hand over the mysterious crystal ice soul. If you do, the entire ice mountain range will be doomed. The mysterious crystal ice soul is the core lifeline of the entire ice mountain range. Once it's taken away, the foundation we've painstakingly built in the ice mountain range will be destroyed. Palace Master, please reconsider. In an instant, many of the surrounding subsidiary forces began to advise Yuan Jibai. Although they all said that it was for the good of the ice palace, Yuan Jibai knew that these subsidiary forces were only doing it for their own benefit. After all, the mysterious crystal ice soul was related to the entire ice mountain range. Once it was taken away, the impact on the subsidiary forces of the ice mountain range would be great. At that time, the foundation they had built in the subsidiary forces would indeed be destroyed. The sex foundation or the lives of all of you here. I think you should also make a choice, right? Zhuowen's voice was very calm. Then he reached out with his right hand and took out the heaven-defying saint artifact level tile. However, the surface of the tile was no longer as dazzling as before. Instead, it seemed a little dim. Zhuowen knew that he had used this tile too many times. There was not much saint connotation left by a heaven-defying saint. However, it was more than enough to deter the ice palace and many of the other forces here. Rumble! Saint force was injected into the tile. Golden light soared into the sky like a blazing sun, converging into a majestic figure that could seize the heavens and the earth. This majestic figure was indomitable, spanning across the void like a god. The terrifying pressure that radiated from his body was like countless mountains falling from the sky, crushing the surrounding people. Their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies trembled. This can't be a heaven-defying saint artifact, right? Yuan Jibai's body trembled. Her frosty eyes finally revealed a look of disbelief. This was a heaven-defying saint artifact. With this heaven-defying saint artifact in hand, Zhuowen alone could slaughter all of the living beings in the Ice Mountain Range. If Yuan Jibai had not left Burning Sky City and stayed behind to witness the battle between Zhuowen and the many experts of the Ice Fire clan, perhaps she would not be as shocked as she was now. Unfortunately, she had already left Burning Sky City before the arrival of the Ice and Fire clan, and had missed the great battle in Burning Sky City. After returning to the North Pole Snow Palace, Yuan Jibai had inquired about the situation in Burning Sky City. However, the news she received was that the Burning Heaven City had been destroyed, and almost no one had survived. Yuan Jibai had also mistakenly thought that the one who had massacred the Burning Heaven City was Zhuowen, which was why she was so afraid of Zhuowen. Now, Zhuowen had taken out a heaven-defying saint treasure. She knew that the Snow Palace, or even the entire Snow Mountain Range, could not stop this young man. If they dared to resist, only death would await them. The subsidiary forces that had originally raised objections also fell silent in the face of a heaven-defying saint treasure. Even if they had more people, it was useless. Many cultivators didn't know how terrifying the saints of the heaven-defying sacred realm were, but they had seen the power of the Yangtian sacred realm. Just the Yangtian sacred realm was enough for them to look up to, let alone the heaven-defying sacred realm that was 2 levels higher than the Yangtian sacred realm. Sai, I'll give you the black crystal ice soul. I only ask that you let our snow mountain range go. Yuan Jibai's pretty face was filled with helplessness, and the beautiful eyes that stared at Zhuowen were extremely complicated. Wait a moment, I'll go in and get the black crystal ice soul for you. This may take some time. Yuan Jibai looked at Zhuowen with an inquiring look. Don't worry, I'll wait here. You just have to hurry, Zhuowen said lightly. Yuan Jibai didn't say much, and brought the 4 old women back into the snow palace. After about 4 hours, Yuan Jibai came out of the snow palace again. At this moment, Yuan Jibai looked pale and tired. Take it, this is the black crystal ice soul. Yuan Jibai reluctantly handed a hexahedral crystal to Zhuowen. The surface of the hexahedral crystal looked crystal clear, and it faintly revealed a light blue luster. Wisps of white mist lingered on the surface of the crystal, as if it was filled with cold air. The moment Zhuowen came into contact with the crystal, he was intimidated by the cold air on the surface of the crystal. Fortunately, his physical body was extremely strong. With a slight shake, he shook off the cold air that was pressing towards him. As expected of the black crystal ice soul, just as Mother said, the cold air inside really has the effect of freezing the soul. Holding the black crystal ice soul in his hand, Zhuowen's eyes shone with an unprecedented light. He, who was in contact with the black crystal ice soul, could clearly feel that the cold air emitted from the surface of the black crystal ice soul had penetrated deep into his bones, as if it wanted to freeze his soul. If it wasn't for Zhuowen blocking it with his saint energy, the cold air could have really spread to the depths of his soul, freezing his entire soul. Let's go. Zhuowen sent all the Ryuka people into the Azure Dragon Palace. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent the Azure Dragon Palace into his spirit ring. With a single step, he disappeared from the Ice Snow Mountain range. As soon as Zhuowen left, the surrounding atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed, but most people still had worried expressions on their faces. They knew very well that once the mysterious crystal ice soul was taken away, the entire Ice Snow Mountain range would no longer be suitable for cultivation. It was likely that the various forces established in the Ice Snow Mountain range would move out of the Ice Snow Mountain range in the following period of time. The Ice Snow Palace that occupied the main mountain range would bear the brunt of this. In the Azure Dragon Square, Zhuowen excitedly placed the black crystal ice soul in front of Feng Xiao and said, "Mother, I have the black crystal ice soul. This thing should be able to stop Chen Shui's soul from collapsing, right?" Feng Xiao carefully took out a jade box and placed the black crystal ice soul inside. She said, "Zhuowen, when do you plan on freezing Chen Shui's soul? You have to know that once the soul is frozen, Chen Shui will fall into a deep slumber unless you can find a way to save her soul." Zhuowen's face froze, and he fell into silence. He understood Feng Xiao's meaning. He knew that once Mu Qinshue's soul was frozen, Mu Qinshui would fall into a deep slumber. He would not be able to be like before, where the two of them would be like lovers speaking softly to each other. "Mother, when can we delay using the black crystal ice soul?" Zhuowen looked at Feng Xiao and asked in a sorrowful voice. Feng Xiao also looked at Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes focused as she said with a soft sigh, "Chen Shui still has around half a month. Once half a month passes, her memory bead, will completely shatter, and her soul will begin to collapse at that moment. That is the moment when the soul will freeze the most. There's still half a month. Mother, let's use the black crystal ice soul in half a month. Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Go. In this half a month, accompany Qin Shui. She always wants to see the sunrise and sunset, as well as the stars in the night sky. Before Feng Xiao finished speaking, she was interrupted by a clear voice. What I want more is to be with you. Zhuowen, without you, what's the point of looking at it? I only want to look at it with you. Zhuowen turned around, and his eyes fell onto a phoenix-like graceful girl not far away. He quickly walked in front of Mu Qinshui and said with a bit of guilt, Qinshui, I'm back. I know, Mu Qinshui said with a faint smile. I'll bring you out, all right? I'll accompany you to see what you want to see, all right? Zhuowen held Mu Qinshui's jade-like hand and said with a smile, bring me out. You can accompany me. It doesn't matter where we go. Mu Qinshui's smile was very happy. Zhuowen and Mu Qinshui walked out of the Azure Dragon Palace. Zhuowen brought Mu Qinshui across mountains, rivers, forests, and valleys. He brought her through various terrains, seeing ancient ruins one by one, as well as watching the sunrise and sunset every day, as well as the stars in the night sky every night. Half a month slowly passed, and when the sun slowly rose on the 15th day, Zhuowen tightly hugged Mu Qinshui. Qinshui, let's get married. I want you to become my true wife, all right? Zhuowen hugged Mu Qinshui as he spoke with a smile. Mu Qinshui's beautiful eyes revealed a pleasantly surprised look, but she quickly revealed a sad look. She leaned against Zhuowen's chest and gently shook her head as she said, Zhuowen, you know my situation. If we get married now, it will only drag you down. That won't happen. I've already prepared our wedding clothes, Zhuowen firmly said. After that, Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao led a group of people to appear behind them. They saw two tall maids carrying 2 sets of wedding clothes as they walked in front of Zhuowen and Mu Qinshui. Qinshui, this is Zhuowen's kind intentions. You can't reject it. He has already prepared for this day for a long time. Feng Xiao took the wedding clothes and walked over to Mu Qinshui's side. She gently helped her put on the wedding clothes and then took a few steps back. She revealed a gratified smile and said, My daughter-in-law is the most beautiful. Xiaotian, don't you think so? Long Xiaotian laughed and scratched his head. He repeatedly said, That's natural. Xiao, you're as beautiful as you were in the past. Feng Xiao's face turned red, and she rolled her eyes at Long Xiaotian. She muttered, You're not serious at all. Although she said this, Feng Xiao's face was filled with sweetness, and the smile on her face was glowing. Uncle, Aunt, you should know my situation. Do you agree to my marriage with Zhuowen? Mu Qinshui's eyes turned red as she spoke. Why wouldn't I agree? My daughter-in-law is so beautiful and obedient. As her mother, how could I not agree? Feng Xiao revealed a faint smile and immediately pushed Zhuowen away. She said, The groom should leave first. Before the bride gets married, she has to dress up properly. After that, Zhuowen was pulled away by Long Xiaotian, Lu Hantian, and a group of close people. Even Zhuowen's grandfather, Zhuowen's first uncle, second uncle, and other family members were present. They all looked at Zhuowen with a smile. Chapter 1588. Get married. Zhuowen was dragged away like a moon surrounded by stars. Mu Qinshui was surrounded by Feng Xiao and the other women. Moyan Wushan and Wu Dai even went up to join in the fun. They smiled and dressed Mu Qinshui. About a few hours later, Feng Xiao giggled and said in a clear voice, The bride is ready. How is the groom? The groom is ready. It's time to bring the bride in the sedan chair. Long Xiaotian shouted. Feng Xiao gently nodded. With a wave of her sleeve, a hexagonal bridal sedan appeared out of nowhere and supported Mu Qinshui into the bridal sedan. The bridal sedan was surrounded by countless flames. These flames were constantly tumbling, transforming into illusions of phoenixes that spread their wings and soared high into the sky. Relying on these illusions of phoenixes, the bridal sedan was reborn from the flames and floated in midair. Xiao Hei. Shuowen stood on top of a mountain and looked at the bridal sedan bathed in flames. He summoned the enormous extreme Nether Saint Dragon. The extreme Abyss Saint Dragon was so huge that it almost covered the sky. The extreme Abyss Saint Dragon let out a long roar and soared into the sky. Roar! High up in the sky, the Saint Dragon of Abyssal swung its tail. Howling winds howled, and the space within 10,000 miles completely collapsed. The rosy clouds floating in the 9 heavens fell like meteors, falling from a height of 5,000 kilometers to a height of several thousand meters. Shuowen roared. He leapt onto the Saint Dragon's huge body and reached out with his right hand. The power of the laws of the void was unleashed to the extreme. Instantly, the space above the 9 heavens was distorted and collapsed by Zhuo. The countless stars in the sky that were extremely far away slowly sank due to the distortion of space. It was as if the stars in the sky were falling from the sky and were very close to the ground. What's going on? The clouds floating above the 9 heavens sank. The stars in the sky are falling and the earth is shaking violently. What's going on? The clouds in the sky fell, and the stars in the sky fell. The entire North Pole was shaking because of this huge movement. The countless living beings living in the North Pole all looked up at the sky. They saw a godlike figure walking through the endless clouds and stars, step by step amidst the clouds and stars. In the snow palace of the Snow Mountain Range, Yuan Jibai looked up. Her beautiful eyes fell on the figure in the clouds and stars. She had a complicated expression. I heard that Zhuowen came for the saintess of the burning heaven sect, Mu Qinshui. Although the battle ended with the Ryuka's victory, Mu Qinshui's memories gradually disappeared, and her soul time. The reason he came to my snow palace to take the black crystal ice soul was all for Mu Qinshui. Looking at the figure in the groom's robes, how could Yuan Jibai not know what Zhuowen wanted to do at this moment? He wanted to marry the woman he loved the most at the last moment. Even if this woman's soul might collapse in the next moment, he still did not regret this decision. Is there really such a sincere love in this world? She did not know why, but when she saw Zhuowen, who planned to marry Mu Qinshui, stepping on the clouds in the sky, carrying the stars in the sky, Yuan Jibai's frosty expression began to soften. The deepest part of her heart, which had been sealed in ice, seemed to have been faintly touched at this moment. The love that she once did not believe in received a different affirmation from the man in front of her at this moment. Squeak! Raging flames burned the sky. The flames around the bridal sedan became more and more intense. In the end, it turned into a phoenix that was reborn from the flames. This phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. The bridal sedan slowly flew into the sky, towards the endless clouds, the stars in the sky, and the proud figure in the middle of the clouds and stars. Zhuowen quietly stood in the void, staring at the bridal sedan that was slowly flying towards him. He was like a child, laughing foolishly. After going through untold hardships and overcoming innumerable difficulties, Zhuowen had finally fulfilled the heroic vow he had made back then. Today, he came with the clouds in the sky and the stars in the sky to marry Mu Qinshui. Feng Xiao walked to Long Xiaoyan's side and gently snuggled up to his chest. Feng Xiao looked at the figure standing proudly between heaven and earth in the sky. Feng Xiao's eyes were misty as she choked with sobs and said, Xiaotian, look, our Zhuowen has finally grown up. I saw him find his beloved woman, and he also held the most romantic wedding with the clouds and stars. But such a moment is really short. I really want to see the smile on Zhuowen's face. This is the first time in so many days that I have seen him smile, and smile so happily. Long Xiaotian hugged Feng Xiao tightly, but did not answer, because he knew that any words at this moment were pale and powerless, and he did not know what to say. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to hold Feng Xiao tightly, watch all this silently, and silently pray and bless Zhuowen in his heart. How can there be no festive music on such a joyous day? Wu Shang, come and play a few songs. Lu Hantian suddenly said to Moyen Wu Shang, who was beside him, with a smile. Moyen Wu Shang nodded gently and immediately took out a guzheng. His slender, jade-like hands plucked back and forth on the strings, playing the music of the wedding banquet. Although he was playing a festive melody, Moyen Wu Shang's heart was filled with sorrow, and tears involuntarily dripped down. I'm sorry, Moyen Wu Shang sobbed. Kanan, Gatha, Mo Lingtian, and the others fell into silence. Even the most active Lu Hantian did not speak. Although this was Zhuowen's big day, everyone's heart was filled with dark clouds because they knew that today was the last day for Mu Qinxue to retain her memory. Zhuowen slowly walked to the front of the bridal sedan and lifted the curtain. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the bridal sedan, and his eyes were suddenly filled with amazement. Her hair was tied up in a phoenix bun, and her eyes were lightly swept. Her eyebrows were filled with spring, and her skin was as smooth as warm jade. Her cherry lips were red without any lipstick, and she was tender and beautiful. 2 strands of hair on her cheeks gently brushed against her face with the wind, adding to her seductive charm. Her eyes were nimble, and she was a little mischievous. She was wearing a fiery red dress, and her slender waist was so beautiful that it could not be grasped. She was so beautiful that she could not be more beautiful. Perhaps it was because she saw Zhuowen's fiery gaze, but the woman in the sedan slightly slanted her beautiful eyes, and her peach cheeks were flushed like a ripe red apple. Her shy appearance made Zhuowen unable to resist taking a bite. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. A glance can topple a city. A second glance can topple a country. Zhuowen could not help but think of a poem as he looked at the shy and seductive beauty in the bridal sedan. Mu Qinxue was definitely a country-toppling beauty, a peerless beauty that countless men would fall in love with at first sight. Zhuowen knew that being able to marry this kind of peerless beauty, it was definitely his 3 lifetimes' worth of good fortune. Qinxue, you're so beautiful. Zhuowen held it in for a while, but he still said these words in the end. Without knowing why, when Zhuowen encountered the matter of getting married, he actually felt nervous. He even began to speak incoherently. In Zhuowen's mind, marriage was an important matter in his life. Since he had chosen it, he had no regrets, but at the same time, his heart was filled with anxiety. Seeing Zhuowen's nervous appearance, Mu Qinxue gave a laugh. She reached out her jade-like hand, and her beautiful eyes turned white. She coquettishly said, "Why, aren't you helping me up? Do you want me to keep sitting in the sedan?" "Oh, all right." Zhuowen gave a silly laugh and held that jade-like hand. Perhaps he used too much strength, but Mu Qinxue fell into Zhuowen's embrace. Mu Qinxue did not even have time to react before Zhuowen's hoarse voice sounded in her ears. "Qinxue, marry me, all right? I swore to marry you in the past, but I want to know if it was just my own wishful thinking." Mu Qinxue's cheeks turned red, but she finally said with a gentle nod, "You don't even dislike me, so why should I be indecisive? Only, isn't today the last day?" Hearing this, Zhuowen slowly raised his head and looked into the sky. he found that the curtain of night had already fallen, and the sun hanging high in the sky had already set. A trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. "Let's go see my parents and grandfather," Zhuowen said with a smile. Then he pulled Mu Qinxue in front of Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao. Zhuowen's grandfather, Long Xiangding, was also present. "Father, mother, and grandfather, today I ask you to preside over this wedding for us." Zhuowen pulled Mu Qinxue to kneel on the ground and said to Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and Long Xiangding, "Ha ha, good. Let this old man preside over this wedding. Being able to see my grandson start a family while I'm still alive, this old man has no regrets." Long Xiangding laughed as he arrived in front of Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue. "The peach blossom is bright and dazzling. The son returns home, suitable for his wife. Today, you, Zhuowen, are willing to take Mu Qinxue as your wife. In the future, we will hold each other's hands and grow old together, never leaving each other forever and ever." Long Xiangding's expression was extremely serious as he continued, "Today, the heavens and the earth bear witness, and the sun and moon bear witness to your marriage." After that, Zhuowen held Mu Qinshue's hand and bowed to the heavens and earth, then to Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and Long Xiangding. The couple bowed 3 times. "From now on, you are my wife. I am willing to protect you forever and never leave you." Zhuowen hugged Mu Qinxue and whispered in a soft voice. Mu Qinxue leaned on Zhuowen's chest and nodded gently. In order not to disturb Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue, Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao called for the others to leave. After a while, only Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue were left on the mountain peak. "Can I still see tomorrow's sunrise?" Mu Qinxue leaned on Zhuowen's chest and whispered as if she was dreaming. "Yes, you can do it." Chapter 1589. Collapse. The sky is about to brighten. The sun is about to rise. "Zhuowen, how about I play the zither for you?" A sliver of white appeared in the sky. The pitch-black night seemed to become less cold and gloomy because of this sliver of white. Instead, it became gentler. Mu Qinxue struggled out of Zhuowen's embrace. With a wave of her hand, a fiery red zither appeared before her. The zither had the image of a phoenix carved on it. It spread its wings and soared high, reborn from the flames. Wisps of flames burned on the zither's strings. The flames danced, faintly revealing the image of a phoenix. Mu Qinshue's slender hands were placed on the zither. She sat cross-legged in the air. She smiled at Zhuowen. The tears on her cheeks flickered with a sorrowful luster. Her slender hands slowly fell. Her slender fingers wandered between the zither strings. The sorrowful zither melody drifted in the air. At this moment, Mu Qinxue was smiling very brightly. However, the luster of the tears on her cheeks was even more dazzling. She was like the blazing sun that was about to rise. Who, holding my hand, restrained my madness for half my life. Who, kissing my eyes, covered my wanderings for half my life. Who can pour my heart? An inch of land is like emptiness. Who can bury my sorrow, laugh at the vanity of heaven and earth, my madness? Holding your hand, accompanying you in your madness for 1,000 lives, kissing your eyes deeply, accompanying you through 10,000 reincarnations. The melody was leisurely. It was like the flowing water of a high mountain, like the empty spring of a deep valley, like the mountain stream, like the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Accompanied by the beautiful melody, Mu Qinshue's clear and melodious voice, which was like an oriole's, was slowly released. Her voice rose and fell, and it was soul-stirring. The echoes of the empty valley were endless. Listening to the ethereal melody and the sorrowful lyrics, Zhuowen's eyes began to turn red. The song became more and more melodious, more and more resounding. Mu Qinshue's body began to burn with intense flames. A huge phoenix image was born from the flames. It soared into the sky as if it wanted to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. Zhuowen, the sun has risen. The melodious song came to an abrupt end. The flames around Mu Qinshu became even more intense. She lowered her head and leaned deeply against Zhuowen. Her eyes were filled with endless affection, endless reluctance, and endless reluctance to part. Afterwards, Mu Qinshu slowly, Mu Qinshue's smile grew even brighter. She turned around and quietly looked at Zhuowen. Zhuowen, do you still remember what I said? I only want to play this song for you. I only hope that every time I play this song, there will still be a place in my heart that belongs to you. There will still be a memory that belongs only to you. Zhuowen stretched out his hand to pull Mu Qinshu back. However, he realized that what he grabbed was an ethereal flame. Mu Qinshu, who was in the middle of the flame, had cracks on her body. The cracks began to expand and eventually spread to Mu Qinshue's entire body. It was as if at this moment Mu Qinshu was like a broken porcelain doll that could collapse at any time. Zhuowen, we still watched the last sunrise together. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Although I want you to sit with me every day to watch the sunrise and sunset together, to play and support each other, I don't have much time left. However, I'm still satisfied because you're by my side at the last moment, accompanying me through these most difficult days. More and more cracks appeared on Mu Qinshue's body. With a flip of his right hand, Zhuowen discovered that the cracks on the surface of the memory pearl had reached its limit. It turned into fine powder and drifted in the air, carried away by the waves. As he watched countless cracks appear on that perfect body, an immense pain assaulted Zhuowen's mind and eyes, causing his vision to become completely blurry. His body trembled slightly, as if countless bombs had exploded in his mind. His pitch-black eyes turned from blank to deep and vicissitudes of life. In the end, his gaze landed on the girl whose body was collapsing. Then, tears began to flow uncontrollably from his eyes. The girl whose delicate body had collapsed amidst the countless flames revealed the most gentle smile in the world, a smile that only bloomed for Zhuowen and himself. Ah! Zhuowen hugged his head, then suddenly lifted it up. A heart-wrenching roar resounded from his chest, nose, and mouth, reverberating between heaven and earth. That intense sorrow caused the entire sky to darken, causing countless mountains in the surroundings to tremble and collapse. Is she really leaving just like that? Zhuowen was like a child who had lost his beloved toy. He dashed towards Mu Qinshu without any regard for his own safety. His hands firmly grabbed onto Mu Qinshue's jade-like hands. However, the moment his hands touched Mu Qinshu, he grabbed onto empty air. This was because Mu Qinshue's body had completely collapsed into nothingness, leaving behind only the illusory soul hidden in the depths of her body. Furthermore, Mu Qinshue's soul had also begun to collapse along with the collapse of her body. At this moment, Mu Qinshu had already completely fainted due to the immense pain. In other words, her soul had collapsed and she had fainted. So, at this moment, Feng Xiao brought Long Xiaotian and instantly arrived beside Mu Qinshu. Her beautiful eyes became serious as she said, Qinshue's memory bead has completely shattered, and her sea of consciousness is in chaos. Her body has also collapsed because of the chaos in her sea of consciousness. Now that her body has collapsed, her soul will also enter a state of collapse. We need to quickly take measures to stop Qinshue's soul from collapsing. After saying this, Feng Xiao slowly reached out her jade-like hand and took out a jade box. Opening the jade box, a sparkling and translucent hexahedral crystal lay quietly within. This crystal was the black crystal ice soul that Zhuo Wen had obtained from the Snow Palace. Xiao Tian, give me a hand and grab this profound crystal ice soul. I need to cast a technique to stop Chen Shui's soul from collapsing first. Feng Xiao suddenly said this to Long Xiaotian. Then she took out the profound crystal ice soul and threw it to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian did not dare to be careless. He waved his right hand and held the mysterious crystal ice soul in the center of his palm. Waves of coldine energy passed through Long Xiaotian's palm and entered his meridians and even into the depths of his bone marrow. Long Xiaotian could even clearly feel that this chilling power was not as simple as just penetrating into his bone marrow. It was even trying to corrode his soul from the depths of his body. If it wasn't for Long Xiaotian being cautious, perhaps this cold energy would have invaded the depths of his soul. Thinking of this, Long Xiaotian looked at the profound crystal ice soul with eyes filled with dread. This thing was not simple. On the other side, Feng Xiao kept pointing in the air. Each time she pointed, she would leave behind a small purple flame in the air. Feng Xiao's speed was very fast. Her figure was like lightning, instantly leaving behind 99 purple flames in the air. So. The 99 purple flames instantly released terrifying purple flames. Moreover, each flame was connected to each other, complementing each other. The purple flames released by the 99 purple flames instantly connected together, forming a purple fence that surrounded Mu Qinxue. Mu Qinxue, who had been bursting with terrifying flames, was trapped by the purple flame fence. The flames that had been spreading were immediately contained. After the flames were contained, the speed at which Mu Qinxue's soul was collapsing also slowed down. Xiao Tian, give me the profound crystal ice soul. Feng Xiao suddenly turned to Long Xiaotian and said. Long Xiaotian did not hesitate. With a wave of his right hand, he gave the profound crystal ice soul to Feng Xiao. At this moment, Feng Xiao's pretty face was extremely dignified. She dragged the profound crystal ice soul with her right hand and then slowly reached into the purple flame fence. She began to slowly approach Mu Qinxue. However, as the profound crystal ice soul continued to approach Mu Qinxue, the flames surrounding Mu Qinxue began to counterattack. These flames condensed into phoenixes that spread their wings and blocked the approach of the profound crystal ice soul. Boom, boom, boom. Feng Xiao was obviously not a mediocre person. With a stroke of her jade-like hand, the fence formed by the surrounding purple flames began to shrink rapidly, like a constantly shrinking balloon, instantly suppressing the counterattack of the flames. Seeing that the counterattack of the flames had been suppressed, Feng Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, she quickly placed the profound crystal ice soul on the chest of Mu Qinxue's soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the profound crystal ice soul was finally placed on Mu Qinxue's chest, the raging flames that were spreading around Mu Qinxue's soul were finally restrained. If one looked carefully, one could clearly see that the profound crystal ice soul on Mu Qinxue's chest began to continuously produce a powerful chill. This chill penetrated deep into the bone marrow and finally completely suppressed the flames that were released from Mu Qinxue's body. As the chill continued to spread, the collapse of Mu Qinxue's soul was also alleviated. Chapter 1590. Entering the dark corpse forbidden ground again when Mu Qinxue was completely frozen, Feng Xiao was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. It was clear that using the mysterious crystal ice soul to seal Mu Qinxue's soul had consumed a lot of her energy. Long Xiaotian rushed to Feng Xiao's side and asked in a worried voice, "Xiao, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I just consumed a lot of energy. Speaking of which, I think we should be more worried about Zhuowen." "Qinxue, she..." Feng Xiao shook her head, then her beautiful eyes turned and fell on Zhuowen not far away. At this moment, Zhuowen looked like he had lost his soul. He stared blankly at Mu Qinxue, who was frozen in front of him. He wanted to reach out to touch Mu Qinxue, but he found that the fence formed by the purple flames blocked his hand. Zhuowen didn't try to destroy the purple flames outside. Instead, he quietly looked through the gap in the fence and looked at the woman lying peacefully in the void. He only felt that his eyes were very dry. Zhuowen, now is not the time to be sad. Whether Qinxue can be saved or not depends on you. Long Xiaotian came to Zhuowen's side and patted Zhuowen's shoulder with great caution. Zhuowen slowly raised his head and looked at Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao's hopeful eyes. At the same time, he saw Lu Hantian, Mo, Yan Wushang, and his other friends and Ryuka's relatives behind him. Soon, Zhuowen's eyes calmed down. Long Xiaotian was right. He shouldn't be sad right now. There were still many things he needed to do. Can the Celestial Saint Master really cure Qinxue's collapsed soul? Zhuowen transmitted his voice to Xiaohe in his sea of consciousness. Xiaohe pondered for a moment and said, "In theory, it can be cured. After all, Saint Masters have already touched the threshold of the soul. Their research on the soul is far above other arcana masters. As for your little lover, the problem lies in her soul, so finding the Celestial Saint Master is definitely the right choice. He will definitely have a corresponding solution." Zhuowen nodded solemnly. Xiaohe was right. He and the entire Ryuka were completely helpless about Mu Qinxue's condition. Only by going to the Central Plains and finding the Saint Master would they be able to find a solution. Qinxue's soul has already been frozen, but how do you plan on placing her soul? Feng Xiao arrived in front of Zhuowen and asked in a somewhat worried voice. Compared to the physical body, the soul was extremely fragile. If it wasn't properly taken care of, it could easily cause problems. Once something happened to the soul, everything would be destroyed. At that time, even if Mu Qinxue's soul was frozen due to the mysterious crystal ice soul, it could also completely collapse due to bad storage. First of all, you have to give your little lover a coffin that is hard enough to seal her inside. Even external forces won't be able to affect her soul, Xiaohe said with a chuckle. A coffin? I wonder if the demon-sealing green coffin can be used. Zhuowen flicked his right hand and took out a huge bronze coffin. This was the demon-sealing green coffin used to suppress the blood demon. Ever since the blood demon was released by Zhuowen, the demon-sealing green coffin had been left idle in Zhuowen's spirit ring. Xiaohe shook her head and said, "The demon-sealing green coffin is really too fragile. Even an ordinary profound saint artifact would be able to destroy it. Are you sure you want to put your little lover inside this demon-sealing green coffin?" Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. Xiaohe was right. The demon-sealing green coffin was really too fragile. Speaking of which, this demon-sealing green coffin was brought out by him from the Origin Chi Tower. Compared to him at that time, the demon-sealing green coffin was really hard. However, that was only relative to him at that time. At that time, Zhuowen was only at the Ultimate Emperor realm. Now that he was at the Profound Saint realm, even if he didn't use a Profound Saint artifact, Zhuowen might be able to completely crush this demon-sealing green coffin with one hand. Could it be that you have an even harder coffin? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. Of course I do. At this point, Xiaohe suddenly laughed, and his laughter was extremely wretched. He moved closer to Zhuowen and said, "There are so many dead people buried in the serene corpse forbidden grounds. There must be a coffin suitable for your little lover, and the quality of the coffins there are basically many times higher than this demon-sealing green coffin." Hearing Xiaohe's wretched laughter, Zhuowen's expression became somewhat ugly. He couldn't help but recall the scene of him being chased by the tomb guards of the true immortal tomb. How terrifying were the tomb guards! Zhuowen still had some lingering fear. If it weren't for the first mountain god, he might have died on the spot. Xiao He also noticed Zhuowen's somewhat ugly expression. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. This time, I won't let you take the risk to go to the area of the divine tomb. Instead, I'll let you go to the area where the heaven sages or profound sages are. Although the coffins of those dead people may not be as hard as the coffins of the divine tomb and the true immortal tomb, they are definitely much harder than the bronze coffin in your hand." Zhuowen completely understood Xiao He's meaning this time. He planned to let him enter the serene corpse extremis again and snatch the coffins of the dead people there. Moreover, Xiao He seemed to be instigating him this time. Zhuowen knew that this guy was probably up to no good again. "You want me to snatch things from the dead?" Zhuowen asked with an ashen face. Xiao He grinned, not caring about Zhuowen's ugly expression at all. He continued, "Do you really want your little lover to lie in such a tattered coffin? If there is a great battle in the future, if you carry this demon-sealing green coffin with you or in your spirit ring, the aftermath of the battle may affect your little lover sealed in the coffin. Of course, if you plan to place this demon-sealing green coffin in a secret place, then just pretend that I didn't say anything." At this point, Xiao He shrugged, and a sly look appeared in Xiao He's eyes. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He suddenly opened the demon-sealing green coffin, gently picked up Mu Qinxue, and placed her inside the coffin. Then he sealed the bronze coffin. "Huh, boy, do you really plan to use this demon-sealing green coffin? Let me tell you, this quality is not safe. If something happens to your little lover, don't blame me for not warning you." Blackie was stunned, and then he started to grumble by Zhuowen's ear like a gossipy woman. Zhuowen handed the demon-sealing green coffin to Zhuo Xiaotian and Feng Xiao and said cautiously, "Father, Mother, I hope you can keep this coffin for me for a while. I have some things to deal with. Also, I plan to leave the Azure Dragon Palace in the southern barbarian lands. Ryuka will temporarily stay in the southern barbarian lands. I don't know where the young master of the Ice and Fire family has gone. During this period of time, Ryuka should hide and avoid this storm before returning to the eastern barbarian lands." Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian took the demon-sealing green coffin and said cautiously to Zhuowen, "Don't worry, we will keep this bronze coffin for you. But what do you plan to do?" Long Xiaotian and the others also knew about the Ice and Fire family. They knew the seriousness of this matter and naturally didn't dare to go back to the eastern barbarian lands. At the very least, they must first send people to the eastern barbarian lands to inquire about it and wait for a while before they dare to move Ryuka back. As for the conversation between Zhuowen and Xiao He, it was in the form of sound transmission. So Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian didn't know the specific content of the conversation between Zhuowen and Xiao He. Of course, even if they knew, they probably wouldn't know what kind of place the Nether Corpse Danger Ground was. Regarding the Nether Corpse Danger Ground, only Zhuowen and the Jia family knew about it. The rest of the people were extremely unfamiliar with it. After exhorting Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and the Ryuka, Zhuowen temporarily handed the Azure Dragon token to Long Xiaotian for safekeeping. With the Azure Dragon token, Long Xiaotian can temporarily control the Azure Dragon Hall. After doing this, Zhuowen took a deep look at the bronze coffin, then immediately used the Void Law to escape into the void and disappeared before everyone's eyes. At the border between the eastern lands and the southern barbarian lands, there was a huge gully between the two regions. This gully was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. It was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what kind of danger was hidden in the gully. Not far from the ravine, There were some scattered buildings, and there were many people coming and going in the buildings. These were the people of the Jia family. Since the problem of the demon saint's curse was solved, the surface of this area was no longer threatened by the curse, so the Jia family moved back to the surface. Zhuowen didn't have the intention to go up and greet the Jia family. Instead, he took a step forward and instantly dived into the depths of the gully. With Zhuowen's extraordinary memory, he quickly found the cave that hid the entrance to the Nether Corp's danger ground. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, Zhuowen didn't rush in. Instead, he wandered around for a moment, and his gaze fell on the 9 golden lines on the surface of the cave. These 9 golden lines were the seal released by the first mountain god, which was also the 9-turn golden split rune that Zhuowen had cultivated. The first mountain god's attainment in the 9-turn golden split rune was undoubtedly many times higher than Zhuowen's, or it could be said that he far surpassed Zhuowen. Therefore, when he looked at the 9-turn golden split rune in front of the cave, Zhuowen felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. You have cultivated the 9-cycle golden crack pattern. Although it is very difficult to break the seal set by the first mountain god, you can rely on the 9-cycle golden crack pattern that you have cultivated and slowly explore. Then you can pass through the seal and enter the other side of the seal. Blackie said calmly. Yes, I can give it a try when the time comes, but before entering, I plan to completely absorb the burning flame nectar. Maybe I can break through again and reach the shattering profound Saint Realm. Chapter 15, 91. Mysterious Saint Realm. Zhuowen clenched his right hand, and the phoenix crystal shattered. The 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar contained within spewed out like flames, transforming into numerous phoenix phantoms that spread their wings and soared into the sky. Splash! These phoenix phantoms were formed by the burning flame nectar. Wherever they passed, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Of course, as the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar, this thing was quite intelligent. The moment Zhuowen's big hand reached out, the burning flame nectar began to dodge left and right in an attempt to avoid Zhuowen's attack. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and waved his right hand. The power of his saint body erupted. The golden light covered his right arm, and in an instant, his right arm became vast and terrifying. He grabbed the escaping burning flame nectar in his palm. At the same time, the acupuncture points all over Zhuowen's body suddenly opened. These acupuncture points were like lively mouths, constantly swallowing the surrounding burning flame nectar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although the phoenix phantoms formed by the burning flame nectar fled in panic, they couldn't resist the suction force at all. They were all absorbed by the acupuncture points. When all the burning flame nectar was absorbed by Zhuowen's acupuncture points, Zhuowen's face flushed red as if he had been holding his breath for a long time. It looked extremely strange. If one were to observe Zhuowen's body, they would be able to notice that the meridians in Zhuowen's body were almost completely filled with the burning flame nectar. The burning flame nectar was formed by the magma in the Earth's core, and it contained an extremely terrifying temperature. If an ordinary person were to absorb all 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar into their body like Zhuowen, they would definitely explode and die because they couldn't withstand it. However, Zhuowen was different. He had a saint body, and his body was terrifyingly tough. He could withstand the terrifying heat. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he sat cross-legged on the ground. His body began to rapidly refine the burning flame nectar, refining it into the purest form of energy that flowed into his dantian, constantly strengthening the saint energy in his body. Moreover, as he continued to refine the burning flame nectar's energy, wisps of white smoke began to rise above Zhuowen's head. Days passed, and Zhuowen had been sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave for more than a month. In the past month or so, Zhuowen had been refining the burning flame nectar's energy almost every day, And with the continuous refining, the saint energy in his body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble! Suddenly, a thunderous sound burst out from Zhuowen's body, and Zhuowen abruptly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were bright and full of vigor, as if there was a god living in his eyes that could see through everything. A vast and incomparable power slowly surged from his body and finally rushed to the top of his head and soared into the sky. The terrifying saint energy almost pierced through the black fog that lingered above the gully. Zhuowen's aura also rose to a level that made people tremble in fear. It was as if Zhuowen's every move had the power to shatter mountains and shatter the earth. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that another powerful existence has appeared in the gully? Not far from the surface of the gully, the Jia family members who were rebuilding their homes trembled all over after sensing the terrifying aura. Many of them even knelt on the ground with a plop. This aura was too terrifying, and it crushed their bodies, making them unable to resist. It was as if they could be crushed by this aura at any time. Fortunately, this aura came and went quickly, very quickly. It disappeared without a trace. This caused many members of the Jia clan to heave a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, they were extremely puzzled about the identity of the owner of this aura. Zhuowen slowly stood up, his eyes bright and his aura vast. At this moment, the nascent soul in his dantian had been completely shattered into countless pieces. Originally, the nascent soul should have looked like a miniature version of Zhuowen's baby, but now it was shattered into pieces, as if it had been dismembered into thousands of pieces. It looked extremely strange. Although the nascent soul had been shattered, Zhuowen didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, the saint energy in his dantian was even more powerful and endless. The fifth mystic of the profound saint stage, the shattering profound saint stage, actually shattered the nascent soul to obtain a greater capacity of saint energy. Feeling the surging saint energy in his dantian, Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. This saint energy was much more powerful than the fourth mystic's pure profound saint stage. Although the most important nascent soul had been shattered, the quantity and quality of the saint energy had undergone a great transformation. No wonder the fifth mystic of the profound saint stage was called the shattering profound saint stage. Moreover, Zhuowen knew that the shattered fragments of the nascent soul in his dantian would gather again when he advanced to the quintessential saint stage, and finally form a golden Yuan Dan. The Yuan Dan was tougher than the nascent soul, and the saint energy it could contain was also more vast. It could be said that Zhuowen's dantian was a kind of container, a container that could contain all the energy in his body. It was true that it could increase one's strength and absorb more energy, but it was more important to have a container that could contain more energy. Think about it. If you absorbed a lot of energy, but your body couldn't contain so much energy, then the energy would only be wasted when it was absorbed into your body, and you wouldn't be able to use it. After breaking through to the Xian shattering saint realm, Zhuowen was confident that even if he didn't rely on heaven-defying saint treasures, he could still fight against a sky saint realm saint. Of course, it was still difficult for Zhuowen to defeat a sky saint stage saint. Although his cultivation had reached the shattering profound saint stage, and his physical body had reached the great success saint physique, it was still difficult for him to defeat a sky saint stage saint. However, Zhuowen had only achieved the great success holy body for a short period of time. Even though he had cultivated the first 3 turns of the 9-turn golden pattern, which made his great success holy body far more powerful than a beginner great success holy body, there was still a limit to how powerful it could be. After all, the saint body needed to be strengthened step by step. A treasured sword needed to be sharpened. If a treasured sword wanted to become sharp and tough, it needed to go through many years of forging and a suitable secret technique. The same was true for the saint body. If Zhuowen didn't have the appropriate herbs to train his physique, then it would be very difficult for him to quickly train his saint body to perfection. After arriving at the cave's seal, Zhuowen stared at the seal in front of him. There were 9 glittering golden patterns on the surface of the seal. Each of the 9 golden lines was like a small sun, blazing and dazzling. Moreover, each of the golden lines was extremely mysterious. They faintly revealed a sharpness that gave one the feeling of a sharp sword cutting through one's throat. The first mountain god is indeed the founder of the 9-turn golden pattern. The power of the 9-turn golden pattern that he drew is really terrifying. Feeling the terrifying power of the 9-turn golden pattern in front of him, Zhuowen couldn't help but sigh. There was no doubt that the 9-turn golden pattern in front of him was much more powerful than the 3 golden patterns he had drawn before. For example, the golden pattern in front of him was as bright as the moon, while the golden pattern on the surface of Zhuowen's body was as dim as the light of a firefly. I don't know if the 3 golden patterns on my body can really cause the seal to resonate. After all, both of them come from the same source. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Then, the 3 golden patterns on his body burst out with a blazing golden light. The 3 golden patterns surrounded Zhuowen's body like the most loyal bodyguards. With the help of the 3 golden patterns, Zhuowen slowly stretched out his right hand. Then, he was shocked to find that the seal formed by the 9-turn golden pattern in front of him was transparent in his right hand. His right hand directly went through it. Sure enough, the 9-turn golden pattern on your body and the 9-turn golden pattern on this seal come from the same source. So, as long as you use the power of the 9-turn golden pattern, you can cause the seal to resonate. It won't stop you from entering. Xiao He flew out of Zhuo, when sea of consciousness like a black lightning bolt. It then sat on Zhuo Wen's shoulder calmly, shaking its head as it spoke. Zhuowen nodded. Then he took a deep breath and took a step forward. Zhuowen entered the seal without any obstruction. The scene in front of Zhuowen was not unfamiliar to him. The scenery in front of him was filled with green mountains and clear waters. The mountains were like coiling dragons, and the mountain ranges were like serpents. Immortal mist filled the air, waterfalls flowed down, and old trees soared into the sky, their branches like mist. The scene in the Nether Corp's forbidden ground, looking from afar, looked like a paradise on earth. However, this paradise on earth was destroyed by the coffins that were everywhere. Some coffins were embedded in the walls, some were placed on the trees like bird nests, and there were also some that floated in the stream. It could be said that this paradise on earth was filled with coffins that could be seen everywhere. Of course, in the white mist-filled atmosphere, there was a faint, deathly aura. This deathly aura was everywhere in the Nether Corp's forbidden ground. Xiao He, there are so many coffins here. Which one is more suitable for Qin Shui? Zhuowen looked at Xiao He on his shoulder and asked. Xiao He looked around and shook her head. This is only the outermost layer of the Nether Corp's forbidden ground. Most of the people buried here are profound sages, and there are even some half-step sages buried in some remote places. How can there be any good coffins here? Let's go deeper. Hearing this, Zhuowen's face turned cold. He could not help but think of his fearless appearance. At that time, he had directly charged into the deepest part of the Nether Corp's forbidden ground, the Tomb of the Gods. At that time, it was because of Xiao He's familiarity with this area that he did not encounter any great danger in the Nether Corp's forbidden ground, and finally reached the Tomb of the Gods. But it was also because of this that he violated a taboo in the Tomb of the Gods and was chased by the tomb guards of the true immortal tomb. Don't worry, this dragon master will not let you fall into danger. I will not let you enter the Tomb of the Gods. Perhaps because she noticed Zhuowen's slightly ugly expression, Xiao He rubbed her chin and said with a mischievous smile. Then, Are you planning to go to the periphery of the Tomb of the Gods to look for suitable coffins? Zhuowen asked curiously. Chapter 1592. Cave Master of Snow Lotus Cave Zhuowen was extremely cautious as he slowly ventured deeper into the serene corpse forbidden ground. He was constantly paying attention to his surroundings. Under Xiaohei's guidance, Zhuowen passed through mountain after mountain, river after river, and forest after forest. After 3 days and 3 nights, he finally stopped at the top of a mountain. There was a huge plateau in front of the mountain. The top of the plateau was covered in white snow as if it was covered in a layer of white gauze. At the center of the plateau stood a huge and majestic palace. In front of the palace stood a towering stone tablet. The surface of the stone tablet was densely engraved with words that Zhuowen could not understand. Furthermore, the words were not still. Instead, they were wriggling like tadpoles. It was an extremely strange sight. With her previous experience, Zhuo didn't foolishly stare at the inscriptions on the stone tablet. He knew that the words on the tablet contained an extremely powerful divine might. If he stared at them, he might be directly affected by the divine might. Afterwards, Zhuowen looked at the 4 corners of the plateau. He saw that there were 4 huge tombs in the 4 directions of the central palace. Although the tombs were not as majestic as the central palace, they were much more luxurious and majestic than most of the burial grounds that Zhuowen had visited, for huge statues stood in the 4 tombs. The 4 statues faced the central palace and knelt on one knee as if they were worshipping the master of the divine tomb. The 4 tombs were the true immortal tombs, and the 4 statues were the tomb guards of the true immortal tombs. Last time, Zhuowen had said something that he should not have. In the end, one of the tomb guards chased after him, causing Zhuowen to flee in panic. In the end, if it were not for the first mountain god, Zhuowen would have been in deep trouble. Let's search around this plateau. As long as you don't say anything taboo, the Dao soldiers guarding these 4 true immortal tombs won't come out into the world. After all, every time they do, they will use up the energy stored within the true immortal tombs, Blackie said. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Immediately, he leaped down from the mountain peak and slowly walked along the edge of the plateau. There were various terrains on the edge of the plateau. There were mountains, plains, hills, forests, valleys, and so on. Zhuowen even saw a large desert. There was a huge stone tablet in every terrain. Behind the stone tablet was a tomb. The owners of the tombs were no ordinary saints. Zhuowen carefully walked past them. He discovered that most of the owners of the tombs were earth immortals. Occasionally, there would be tombs of heavenly immortals as well. In other words, every tomb was extremely powerful to Zhuowen. Tombs of earth immortals and heavenly immortals. Zhuowen's expression was slightly unsightly. Even if such an existence was dead, that strand of pressure was probably not something that Zhuowen could contend against at the moment. Moreover, with the personalities of the tomb owners, it was impossible for them not to set up powerful defensive measures or terrifying traps in their tombs. If Zhuowen accidentally stepped into one of these traps, he would probably be doomed with his current strength. That's... Zhuowen, who was originally walking on the road, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on the area in front of him, which was covered in ice and snow. The region spanning several dozen kilometers was covered in ice and snow. Snowflakes drifted through the air, just like the scenery of the northern kingdom. In this cold and snowy weather, there was a stone stele of ice and snow that was several hundred feet tall. Beside the stone stele stood a lifelike statue of a woman. The woman was as cold as ice. Her snow-white hair hung loosely on her shoulders. Her long skirt touched the ground. Her entire body was filled with a cold and elegant feeling. This statue should be the tomb owner's tomb guard. My initial estimation is that it probably possesses a trace of the Tao might of an earth immortal. Moreover, I'm not unfamiliar with the tomb owner of this tomb. Xiao He rubbed his chin and chuckled as he looked at the tomb that stood silently in the ice and snow from afar. Oh, you know him? Zhuowen asked in surprise. Yes, the tomb owner of this tomb is the tomb of the cave master of a rather powerful force called the Snow Lotus Cave in the heavenly armor continent 30,000 years ago. If I'm not wrong, this cave master ought to be the 37th cave master. He's also the one with the greatest talent and the strongest cultivation among all the previous cave masters of the Snow Lotus Cave. He's the only Earth Immortal Saint Stage expert among all the previous cave masters of the Snow Lotus Cave. However, the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave offended an existence that he shouldn't have offended, so he was pursued all over the world. In the end, he suffered a heavy injury and was on the verge of death. The Snow Lotus Cave paid a great price to bury him in the Nethercorp's extremity. The forces of the Snow Lotus Cave declined later on. In the end, it completely vanished in the river of time during the calamity 10,000 years ago. Xiao He spoke tirelessly. He was extremely familiar with the tomb of the Snow Lotus Cave. Speaking of which, the coffin of the Snow Lotus Cave's cave master is more suitable for your little lover. However, it's slightly difficult for you to obtain the coffin of the cave master with your strength, Xiao He continued. Zhuowen smiled bitterly. Most of the dead people buried in the outer area of the divine tomb were earthly immortals and heavenly immortals. These were terrifying existences that could summon the wind and summon the rain when they were alive. Even if they were dead, the trace of pressure that leaked out from them was not something that Zhuowen could endure. However, this dragon lord has a method that can temporarily lure the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave away. At that time, you only need to obtain the coffin inside, Xiao He suddenly said. What method? Zhuowen's eyes flickered with a bright light. Follow me to a place first. When we arrive, I'll tell you the specific method in detail. Xiao He kept Zhuowen in suspense. Then, he jumped down from Zhuowen's shoulder and flew in another direction. After a while, Xiao He arrived at a pitch-black swamp. The swamp was surrounded by a dense black forest. Black bubbles kept rising from the surface of the swamp, which was filled with a dense death qi. Looking at the swamp, Zhuowen was puzzled. He did not know why Xiao He brought him here. Could it be that there was something mysterious about this place? Xiao He's small eyes revealed a dignified expression. He turned into a puff of black smoke and flew above the swamp. Then, he let out a shrill cry and dived into the depths of the swamp like a swimming fish. Although Zhuowen had many doubts in his heart, he did not voice them out directly. Instead, he waited silently. He knew that Xiao He naturally had his reasons for doing so. Moreover, Zhuowen faintly felt that Xiao He probably had his own motives for encouraging him to enter the Serene Corpse Extremis. Other than helping him find a suitable coffin for Mu Qinxue, he probably had his own motives. As for what his motives were, it was likely related to the black swamp in front of him. Zhuowen did not have to wait for long. Magnificent waves began to surge from the surface of the black swamp in front of him. Pillars of water soared into the sky and sprinkled down from the sky, forming layers of black rain that fell on the ground. Amidst the endless black rain, something seemed to be trying to break out from the depths of the swamp. Zhuowen looked over and was stunned to see a giant coffin slowly emerging from the swamp. This giant coffin was only the tip of the iceberg, but Zhuowen was deeply shocked by it. This coffin was simply too big. Even the small part of it that was exposed above the water surface was like a small mountain. The impression it gave to Zhuowen was that it was enormous. Whoosh! Endless waves surged up from the swamp. As the giant coffin continued to rise, the surface of the swamp became even more turbulent. When the giant coffin completely appeared in front of Zhuowen's eyes, Zhuowen's heart trembled. This giant coffin was simply too big. At a glance, there seemed to be no end to it. Zhuowen estimated that this giant coffin was at least several dozen feet in size. It was like a giant mountain lying in the air on top of the giant coffin. Xiaohe stretched out its little paw and gently stroked the patterns on the surface of the coffin. A complicated look appeared in its eyes, as if it was recalling something. How many years has it been? I didn't expect this ancient coffin to still be here. Xiaohe muttered to itself. At this moment, Zhuowen began to carefully examine the giant coffin that was floating in front of him. The four sides of the giant coffin were clearly defined, and each side was fastened with chains. On the surface of the giant coffin, there were various patterns engraved. However, upon closer inspection, these patterns were actually a giant dragon totem with its wings spread out. Moreover, this giant dragon totem was extremely similar to Xiaohe's original body. Xiaohe once said that its physical body was almost destroyed 10,000 years ago. Out of desperation, it buried itself in the nether corpse forbidden ground in hopes of prolonging its life. However, due to its severe injuries, Xiaohe eventually gave up on its physical body, and its soul left the nether corpse forbidden ground. At this point, Zhuowen's eyes shone with a sharp light. He had a vague idea of what this giant coffin was. Kid, you're right. This giant coffin is called the Abyss Dragon Coffin. When this Lord Dragon's aura was still present, this Lord Dragon wantonly plundered the resources of the Central Plains to create this giant coffin. This Lord Dragon's body is also buried in this giant coffin, Xiaohe said with a look of reminiscence. Plundered. Zhuowen's eyes twitched. It seemed that Xiaohe was a ruthless person back then. Even when it was injured, it still plundered the Central Plains without restraint. Moreover, it seemed that it was only natural for it to do so. The Abyss Dragon, Holy Dragon, was probably very powerful back then. Even if it plundered, no one dared to oppose it. It's already been several thousand years. I wonder what happened to this Lord Dragon's body. Xiaohe asked with a complicated gaze. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhuowen also rushed to the side of the giant coffin with a curious look. Then, he gently pushed the lid of the coffin with his right hand as if he wanted to open it. Kid, this Lord Dragon coffin was personally sealed by this Lord Dragon. You won't be able to open it, Xiaohe said with a frown. However, just as Xiaohe finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound. The seemingly airtight lid of the coffin actually slowly opened a crack. Black lines appeared on Xiaohe's face when he saw this. Chapter 1593. Supreme Nether Dragon Coffin. The corner of Xiaohe's mouth twitched. He was dumbstruck. Perhaps even he did not expect this scene to happen. There doesn't seem to be any seal on the coffin. Zhuowen stared blankly at the giant coffin that had been opened a crack. How is this possible? Before this dragon lord left, I did indeed seal this giant coffin. How could this be? Xiaohe roared and waved his little claws. Immediately, the coffin lid was lifted up, revealing the pitch-black world inside the coffin. Without a doubt, there was nothing inside the giant coffin. Not to mention the dragon corpse, there was not even a mosquito. Xiaohe was stunned. Even Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He realized that something was wrong. Could it be that the dragon corpse was stolen? Zhuowen asked in confusion. Blackie's expression was extremely ugly. The dragon corpse was his physical body. Although his physical body had almost collapsed and could not be restored due to the great battle 10,000 years ago, it was still his physical body in any case. If it was taken away by someone else just like that, it was undoubtedly provoking him. After being silent for a long time, Xiaohe took a deep breath and roared at the sky. F asterisk CK, 18 generations of your mother, you F asterisk king bastard thief. One day, this dragon lord will find you and dig up the ancestral graves of 18 generations of your ancestors. Mother asterisk her. You dare to provoke this dragon lord and even take away this dragon lord's dragon corpse. One day, I will make sure that all 18 generations of your ancestors will not be able to rest in peace. Xiao He almost went berserk. His saliva flew everywhere as he cursed continuously. He was flustered and exasperated. His curses were extremely unpleasant to the ears, causing Zhuowen, who was listening from the side, to feel a little embarrassed. He muttered in his heart, "When did this Xiao He learn to curse so much?" Not long after, Xiao He slowly calmed down. However, from the hair all over his body that was constantly standing on end, it could be seen that this fellow's anger had not subsided. Although its physical body was on the verge of collapse, and it could not be used, it was still its physical body. It would not be in a good mood if it was stolen just like that. Fortunately, Xiao He did not lose its rationality. Its little eyes kept darting around as if it was thinking about something. In the end, it sighed softly and said helplessly, looking at the seal on the surface of this giant coffin, "I'm afraid that it has been broken for nearly 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, I don't know which bastard stole this dragon's corpse." At this point, Xiao He gnashed her teeth in anger. In the end, there was nothing she could do. After all, her soul had already left her body, and she no longer had any connection with her physical body. "Is there any way to find your body?" Zhuowen asked. Xiao He shook its head and said, "Although that was my original physical body, it was a pity that my soul had already completely lost its connection with my physical body when I left my body. Therefore, upon hearing this, Zhuowen knew that it was almost impossible for Xiao He to find his dragon corpse. After all, no one knew who had stolen his dragon corpse. The tomb closest to my tomb is the tomb of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave. It seems like I have to ask the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave if I want to know the whole story. Zhuowen, listen to me later. I guarantee that you will be able to successfully obtain the coffin of the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave." Although Xiao He was furious, it did not lose its rationality. It secretly transmitted its voice to Zhuowen for a while before it entered the giant coffin with a swoosh and closed the giant coffin. "Brat, remember what I said. When the time comes, you have to act quickly." Although this Dragon Lord's coffin still has the power from back then, after such a long time of precipitation, coupled with the fact that the seal inside has been forcibly broken, I'm afraid it won't last for long. Xiao He's voice slowly sounded out. Soon after, the giant coffin suddenly floated in the air. An earth-shaking dragon roar erupted from the giant coffin. Soon after, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the patterns on the surface of the giant coffin seemed to have come alive as they emitted a terrifying ink-black light. The ink-black light grew increasingly dense. Finally, it soared into the sky and transformed into a giant dragon shadow. From the shape of the dragon shadow, one could tell that it was the silhouette of the Abyss Saint Dragon. The dragon shadow swooped down and carried the giant coffin towards the tomb of the Snow Lotus Cave. Soon, it entered the region of ice and snow. Creak! The stone tablet erected in the tomb of the Snow Lotus Cave suddenly erupted with light. Soon after, the statue of the ice-cold woman suddenly moved. The ice-cold woman statue opened her eyes. She coldly stared at the giant coffin carried by the giant dragon shadow and said in a deep voice, "The Abyss Saint Dragon, why have you come to my tomb? You are in the dead swamp, and I am in the region of ice and snow. The two tombs have not interfered with each other. What is the meaning of this?" Rumble! The giant coffin suddenly soared through the air and violently smashed in front of the tombstone. The giant coffin was so big that the tombstone only took up 1% of the giant coffin. It looked like an ant. Even the tomb guards of the Snow Lotus Cave's tomb and the ice-cold woman statue were insignificant compared to the enormous coffin. "A mere tomb guard has no right to speak in front of me. Scram!" An unrestrained voice was emitted from the huge coffin. Immediately, the dragon roared at the sky. It suddenly opened its mouth and ruthlessly bit at the Tao soldier guarding the tomb with the intention of devouring it. The ice-cold woman statue was expressionless. Seeing the dragon shadow attack, she stretched out her hand, and countless icicles condensed and shot towards the dragon shadow. Unfortunately, the dragon shadow's power was too terrifying. The icicles shot out by the ice-cold woman statue were destroyed like mud entering a river. Then, the dragon shadow's huge body suddenly swept up the ice-cold woman statue and completely engulfed it. The moment the tomb guard was destroyed by the dragon shadow, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the depths of the Snow Lotus Cave's tomb. The aura became more and more terrifying. In the end, the entire world of ice and snow began to sweep up, turning into a terrifying snowstorm. Even the nearby cemeteries were affected by the terrifying snowstorm. Zhuowen, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the earth-shaking snowstorm and couldn't help but tremble with fear. The cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave was indeed an earthly immortal saint when she was alive. Just the power that leaked out was already so terrifying. Of course, what surprised Zhuowen even more was that the supreme nether dragon coffin that Xiaohe created when she was alive was actually able to let Xiaohe display such terrifying power by relying on the trace of power left in the coffin. The tomb guards of the Snow Lotus Cave's tomb couldn't resist at all. "Supreme Nether Dragon, don't you think you've gone too far?" An extremely cold voice came from the depths of the raging snowstorm. Then, a 3-meter-wide ice coffin suddenly floated at the center of the snowstorm. The ice coffin was sparkling and translucent. Inside the ice coffin lay a beautiful ice-cold woman with her eyes slightly closed. The ice-cold woman looked somewhat similar to the tomb guardian Tao soldier. Most likely, the tomb guardian Tao soldier had been carved based on the ice-cold woman's appearance. "Hee, you've finally come out. This dragon lord has arrived, and you let a mere tomb guard welcome me. Aren't you looking down on this dragon lord too much?" Xiaohe said fearlessly. The ice coffin floated quietly above the snowstorm. She seemed to be afraid of Xiaohe and didn't immediately attack. Speaking of which, the supreme nether dragon had been buried in the dark corpse forbidden ground 20,000 years later than her, but she didn't dare to be careless. She knew very well that the supreme nether dragon had forcefully opened the coffin and annihilated the original master of the Dead Swamp in order to seize the feng shui of the Dead Swamp. Moreover, the original master of the Deathly Swamp was even more famous than her when he was alive, and his strength was even greater than hers. Therefore, the cave master of the Snow Lotus Cave did not dare to provoke the great Abyss Saint Dragon after he was buried in the Deathly Swamp. For nearly 10,000 years, the two neighboring tombs had coexisted peacefully. Now, the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave was very surprised. Why did the supreme nether dragon suddenly come looking for her? When Xiaohe's soul left his body, he did it very secretly. Therefore, the cave master of Snow Lotus Cave, who was the closest to the Dead Swamp, didn't realize that the Dead Swamp was actually a dragon corpse without a soul. The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave was silent for a moment before she said in a deep voice, "Speak. You shouldn't have come looking for me for no reason. Why have you come looking for me now?" Xiaohe grinned and said, "Could it be that you didn't notice anything unusual about the Deathly Swamp during these 1,000 years? Or perhaps you didn't notice anyone coming to the Deathly Swamp?" Hearing this, The cave master of Snow Lotus Caves' closed eyes trembled slightly. In the end, she said softly, "I have been asleep for a very long time. Moreover, I didn't deliberately pay attention to the dead swamp. However, I do remember an incident from 1,000 years ago that left a deep impression on me." "What is it?" Xiaohe quickly asked. "It was about 1,000 years ago. I remember that a group of people came to the serene corpse extremity. Moreover, their strength wasn't weak. The leader of the group was an earthly, immortal realm old man. At that time, this group of people came to my tomb. They actually planned to open my tomb and take the treasures in my tomb. However, I drove them away." The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave casually continued. "After this group of people failed, they quickly retreated. I remember that this group of people left for the dead swamp. If this group of people really entered the dead swamp, I believe that you know better than me what happened inside." Xiaohe fell silent. Soon after, he continued, "Then do you know if this group of people had any special symbols?" The cave master of Snow Lotus Cave frowned slightly as if she was in deep thought. A moment later, she said, "If we are talking about special symbols, then there is one person in this group that left a deep impression on me. This person was blind, wore a wide robe, and was a very young girl. However, there was no energy fluctuation from this person's body. However, she was the central figure of this group of people. Everyone listened to her orders. Moreover, this person seemed to have the ability to predict the future. During the battle, due to this person's ability to predict the future, I was at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the fact that I was fighting with my life on the line, I'm afraid that I would have been in danger. That battle had almost consumed most of my lifespan.